Alright. Good evening, everybody. What's up, Hawk? Hey, Egon. Alita. Rongarian. Watch Nubs or get a couple hours of sleep. Go for the sleep. Go for the sleep. There's always a VOD. Roriz. I'm sorry that you're heading to uni. Again, VOD. Best I got. I'm sorry. What's up, Rodrigo? Hey, Dextino. Higer. Hagrid. Dave Boy. Quote-unquote story playthrough. Oh yeah, it's a thing. We're gonna talk about it. Dark Healer, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. So, over the last several days, almost a week now, I guess, I've gone through all of the Team Silent games. The last one was Silent Hill 4. That game came out in 2004. And for a couple years there wasn't a Silent Hill game. Then this came out, I want to say 2006 for the PSP, and then was ported to the PlayStation 2 later. And I am playing an emulated version of the PS2 version. Mostly because this is the version that I could get looking the nicest and stream the easiest. I don't have a way to capture off of my PSP hardware or my PS2 hardware at the moment, despite owning both physical copies of Origins. But, on the plus side, playing it on emulator also means I can mess around with the settings a bit, and I was able to fix the PS2 version's main issue, which is the brightness and the lighting being entirely too dark and blurred together. So if my settings and everything maintain throughout the entire game, I didn't have enough time to test the whole game, but I did a quick speed run through most of it and made sure cutscenes and things like that are all good. And this is probably the best looking I can make Origins. And it's, you know, it's widescreen and everything like that. Also more comfortable to hold a controller than a PSP. Yes, it is way, way more comfortable to sit here with my PS4 controller hooked up to my computer rather than sit with my PSP with all the wires and shit sticking out of the back, running to the capture card. It's awful. Cody, thank you for the host. Just a trucker looking for his truck. Yep. Well, we're not going to get the UFO ending. So, we'll miss out on that this time around. As said, I'm going to do like a UFO story playthrough one of these weeks coming up in September. But this is Silent Hill Origins. This is the first Western-developed game. This game was originally being developed by Climax Studios in Los Angeles. They were doing such a bad job with it that they gave the project up and it passed over to Climax UK. Climax UK basically got the scraps of what Climax LA started, and it was put under the production helm of one Mr. Sam Barlow. Sam Barlow would return later in the Silent Hill series to help make Silent Hill Shattered Memories, but this was his first involvement in a Silent Hill game. And Sam Barlow, in an interview when talking about the project that was given to him by Climax Studios in Los Angeles, the original everything that they had gotten started for Origins, he said that they had gotten like an unworking mess of over-the-shoulder Resident Evil 4 style gameplay and a story that was more black comedy that was loosely based on the TV show Scrubs. And he said because of that, they basically had to completely scrap everything they were given and restart the project, and they still had to finish it within Konami's deadline from the original team with their remaining budget. So this is literally a game that was messed up so bad in development, another team had to restart it halfway through with scraps and still finish by a deadline. And even though they got an extension on that deadline by a bit, to say that this game is rushed, basically the short version of this long story, to say that this game is rushed is speaking lightly. So, just to give a little bit of background into the development of this game. And this was the first Silent Hill game being developed originally for the PSP. Again, for those just joining, I'm playing the PlayStation 2 version via emulation, where I can touch it up and make it look a lot nicer and capture much easier. Alright.
Who'd I just pass there? That you, good buddy?
Treetop tall and wall to wall. Travis, you messed up son of a bitch. What you doing on my road?
Late on a gig, bud. I'm taking the shortcut past Silent Hill. Stopping for coffee as soon as I hit Brahms. I'm beat.
Bad dreams still keeping you awake. I told you, man, a girl or two would go a long way. Sleep like a baby with a chick in your cab.
Guess I just don't meet the right girls, bud.
Maybe if you weren't always blabbering about losing your balance when you were young, how you don't even remember how, why.
Hey, chill. You don't see me bringing up your issues.
No need. My old lady keeps me fully informed of my feelings. The girl keeps notes.
You mean she hasn't left you yet?
Any day now. See you around, Travis. Take it easy.
10-4. Catch you later, buddy.
I like how in this game the main protagonist's issues are so blatant that he gets shit from other truckers about his issues. He doesn't even need a Silent Hill spooky town to make him face his inner demons. The other truckers give him shit for it.
Huh? Hey, come back!
Well, so that's our start. Travis is a trucker whose issues are so blatant that the other truckers actually are constantly giving him shit. Or at least it's common enough that it was happening with whoever he was talking to there. that we never, ever hear from or talk to again. And Travis is driving near Silent Hill, sees a girl in the road, and stops. This is a highway, by the way, and for some reason there's a stop sign here. It's not how that works. Let me know, by the way, if the audio and everything is okay, if you can hear me, if you can hear the game okay, if anything's too loud, too quiet. I'd rather try and fix it early rather than later. So we've got a couple problems already with continuity, and a lot of times, the music is on point, yes. This song right here is still one of my favorites. I'm going to have a lot of bad things, negative things to say about this game. But the overall soundtrack, not one of my complaints. Music's a bit loud. I'll bring it down very slightly, but this music is very good. I'm okay with it being loud. Alright, so you guys have probably heard me talking a lot about continuity and canonical entries in the Silent Hill games. And to me, for something to be considered canonical, it has to fit within established story points in previous entries. So, for example, the ending, the good ending of Silent Hill 1 is canonical because it leads into the events that would start Silent Hill 3. So, for 3 to exist, this ending has to have happened. Now, this game, unfortunately, because it was rushed, didn't have a whole lot of time to properly be written, which is really unfortunate because they also tried to write this game and sell it as a prequel to the original Silent Hill game, which means they are going to have to try very, very hard to make sure that anything that they do in this game fits with what was already established in Silent Hill 1. And if anything doesn't line up correctly, we can't consider the game canonical. And already there are some issues with Alessa and her capabilities. At this point, Alessa is not able to astral project herself. So the girl that we saw crossing the road is an ability. It's a power that Alessa does not have yet. The only reason that Alessa was able to manifest that girl in the road was because of the proximity to Cheryl after having split her soul. It was essentially Cheryl's form, Cheryl's half of the soul that she was manipulating to make that projection in Silent Hill 1. So right off the bat, Travis's entire reason for stopping is something that Alessa should not be able to be doing. And it's something that continues to happen throughout the game. So already there's some issues with continuity, and it's going to get a little more severe. There's also some weird logic issues with this game. For example, I guess Travis doesn't have a sense of smell. Because we're going to find out that all of this fog is not actually fog, but smoke. Smoke has a distinctive effect on people. More than fog. And yet somehow he doesn't notice it until much later. How long will this playthrough be? Luckily, this game is not that long. Again, it's originally a PSP game. Even taking my time and kind of talking about it and going through stuff, 6-7 hours at the longest, most likely. life preserver. It's just like a... Yeah, it's just like a puffy vest. Welcome to Silent Hill. Origins. Hey, Pablo. I'm doing pretty good.
Not fog. It's smoke. My God. Someone's in there.
Hey, Pint. So, again, we've got some issues with continuity. That person we just saw there was Dahlia Gillespie, and before I even start talking about her motivation, just talk about her appearance. This game is supposed to be what happened at the moment of Alessa's impregnation and when she split her soul. Basically, everything that happened 7 years before the events of Silent Hill 1 when Harry and Cheryl arrive. So, at this point, it's only 7 years previous to Silent Hill 1, yet Dahlia is made to look like 20 years younger, as is Kaufman. And then you have characters like Lisa who are just kind of shoehorned in, and they don't really fit their character the way they're established in Silent Hill 1, but we'll get more into that later. There's also some fan service here. I don't know if you can tell there, but that's a painting of Pyramid Head, Triangle Face. There's something to this painting. Makes me want to stop and look. This isn't the time, though, and it's going to burn, just like the others. Kaufman didn't look so old in 1. I mean, it's not that he necessarily looked especially old in 1, but he looks really young in this. I will say for and keep in mind again, this is PS2 version, this is emulated, this is touched up and anti-aliased and everything like that, but I own and play both the console versions, or the console version and the PSP version, and for what it's worth, considering how rushed this game was, it doesn't look that bad. It still has that overall feel as far as the appearance of places and effects that kind of fits and works for a Silent Hill. You know, the burning textures are pretty good in the way that it does kind of layer the smoke and grain effects, all the scattered papers and little details throughout the burning house. And the problem is you stop caring about the little details when the overall structure of the game is so repetitive. And once we kind of start getting into proper areas, I'll get a little more into that. It's especially noticeable in the sanitarium, where just everything looks the same. Okay, bye.
You're coming with me.
Okay. A strange symbol. Looking at it makes my head hurt. Am I playing in software mode? Yes. You have to when you emulate this game because otherwise the lighting effects don't work when you get the flashlight. So we got Beef Jerky Alessa. And by the way, she's like really super extra crispy, isn't she? When you see burned up 14-year-old Alessa in Silent Hill 1, she's not nearly this bad. But maybe that's to be said of magic restorative psychic magical girl powers over time. I don't know. Silent Hill, it's weird. Thought it was the basement boiler, yeah. So let's talk about that. In Silent Hill 1, it's established through several notes and concurrent information that the fire that happens in the Gillespie home, the fire that's happening right now in this game, started because of a boiler accident, a boiler explosion in the basement. The basement is also where it is believed that the ritual was taking place. Alessa's psychic powers, spurred on by her stress, caused that boiler to explode and subsequently burn down the house accidentally. What we see here is Dahlia leaving the house suspiciously in what looks like an intentional arson, with Alessa upstairs with the candles and symbol and everything on the ground, where this is set up to be a situation where this was intentional and it's completely wrong. It's completely not lining up with what we know about Silent Hill 1 and everything that we know as far as Alessa being burned. It brings up a lot of questions. If burning Alessa was intentional, if this is something that was supposed to happen, why and for what purpose? It wasn't a necessary part of performing the ritual, as far as anybody knows. And it seemed like getting burned and going into a coma was pretty much the only thing that kept the cult from being able to finish the ritual in Silent Hill 1. That was their whole problem. That was their whole issue that they had to find a workaround for. Dahlia had to use a magic spell to call back the half of Alessa's soul that she was able to split off because of being burned accidentally. So the whole thing, as it's treated in Silent Hill 1, is a detriment to the cult. Whereas this game is trying to establish that it was intentional. Notice we're seeing halos of the sun as well, representing Alessa using her powers to extinguish the flames and allow Travis to save her, despite the fact that she just requested to be allowed to burn. She said, "Let me burn." And again, Alessa does not want the cult to succeed. She does not want them to finish the ritual and use her to birth a god. If she says, "Let me burn," that's because she knows that she'll burn to death, die, not birth the god, and reincarnate at some later point. Alessa's already aware of this. That's her way out. And Travis fucked this all up. But at the same time, she's helping Travis let this get fucked up by extinguishing the flames and allowing him to save her. And you could argue the fact that Alessa, I mean, she's good. She's just trying to make sure that Travis is able to escape alive, but she could see to that and still allow herself to burn to death and ruin the cult's plan right here and now. There you go. You're safe in the dirt now with your open burn wounds.
Now. Hey! Someone help her! Where is everyone? Where am I? Silent Hill. What happened last night? That girl. Did she make it? They would have taken her to the hospital. Kuntz Street. I need to see if she's okay.
I heard Kuntz Street and I clapped. I do kind of like this. If you're going to do like a new Silent Hill game that's related to the series, all jokes aside, I feel this is a good way to approach it. Start off with something that's instantly recognizable, one little familiar kind of piece from Silent Hill 1. So, like, you've got Alchemilla and Kuntz Street and all of the cross streets here. But then it expands and opens up and kind of shows some extra expansion on, so that way you can include a bunch of new things as well. Although some of the choices for things that they add are bizarre. For instance, the addition of Cedar Grove Sanitarium, because one mental institution wasn't enough in Silent Hill, so they had to build a whole giant second one. I mean, it's Silent Hill, but I guess there's just that many crazy people. Oh yeah, so Travis got picked up by an ambulance. Travis and Alessa got picked up by the ambulance that you hear in the distance right before passing out there. He wakes up sitting over here on this bench. Like he's just kind of left laying on this bench when he wakes up. And I used to have an issue initially when I was playing through this game and doing story playthroughs where I was like, okay, this game teleports you around, and it does later on, but we'll get to that later. But I used to cite this as, you know, Silent Hill just teleporting the character to magically where they need to be. But there's actually an explanation. There's a note that you find in the hospital where the hospital's losing money, and they are at, you know, getting near full capacity with patients. And essentially, if a patient is anything less than, like, on the brink of death, don't bother bringing them into the hospital. Don't check them in. And you find a note that explains all of this. So essentially, you can imagine the scenario of the ambulance picks up Alessa and Travis. Travis is just passed out from smoke inhalation, and he's not necessarily dying, so they just leave him on the bench. And then Kaufman instructs them to take Alessa and move her to the secret room in the basement of Alchemilla. Yeah, Pablo. That's what I was already talking about. This game sets it up to be intentional, but that would essentially ruin the cult's plan. So the idea of Alessa being intentionally burned does not fit this. Need to go to the hospital. Better check on that girl. Tend to dislike this game, or is it more meh? I have a bit more of a bitterness towards this game than other bad Silent Hill games, to be honest. Downpour and Book of Memories are the only ones I consider worse than this one. Like Homecoming and Shattered Memories I don't think are so bad. This one I especially dislike because not only does it fall really short on being its own thing and just being a game on its own, but it also serves as a huge fucking detriment to the overall story that's established to Silent Hill 1, trying to work itself in as an origin story, yet not making any sense when compared to Silent Hill 1's plot. So, to me, like, that's a worse thing than making a bad standalone Silent Hill game. I'm almost tempted to say Downpour is preferable to this, just because Downpour is at least trying to have more of an original story. It's not trying to be, here's what happened right before James and Mary went to Silent Hill. Like, he could have easily tried to make that game, but no. This one, however, as I said, it tries to be a prequel to Silent Hill 1, and it's made by people who had to rush this game and just did not have a thorough enough understanding or enough time to properly write out the entire story. So it's just, you wind up with all these little bits and pieces that don't really fit quite right with the whole Alessa plot line and everything related to Silent Hill 1. And then you have Travis's own personal stuff, which is, I don't know, it's just not very well explored. And we'll get into that as the game goes. The fire escape has been sealed off. So this is the post office here. Familiar area from Silent Hill 1. And Sleeping Dogs, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But, again, bit of a familiar area. This is where you would go up the fire escape in Silent Hill 1 in order to fight the giant moth, the float stinger. Hence the pest control sign, a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke. And actually, in New Game Plus, for getting the UFO ending, you have to go up there and get a key. And you can see that there's actually a large cocoon up there as well. But I'm just doing a regular New Game playthrough. As said, at some point in September, I'll probably be doing a all the UFO endings in the series, which is the first 3 games, this game, Homecoming, and Shattered Memories, and the arcade game. Andy's bookstore, locked. Be back here much later. You can see the roads and everything are caved away. Very much the same way they appeared in Silent Hill 1. Similar, again. I feel like aesthetically, they got the parts of the town to look pretty good. All things considered. Visually, they weren't like that far off with making this look like a really good Silent Hill game. ultimately it comes down to just the story is really bad, really poorly written, and it kind of is just a mockery of everything that was established in SH1. Of course there's New Game Plus. Is this the ambulance that brought her in? That just looks like the Eddie's van model with like an extra light stuck on top. Going into Alchemilla. And again, hospital layout. Made it look very similar. They were sure not to make any like drastic changes to the layout of the hospital or anything. It's only a 7-year difference. Under construction. Hey, Bane. Thank you for the host. Currently, the second and third floors of the hospital are undergoing renovations. At this time, they are closed to patients and visitors. Work continues in earnest in the hospital. Management thanks you for your continued cooperation as we try to minimize the disruption. We estimate the construction will be completed within 6 months. The restructuring of the third floor will almost double our capacity for inpatients and introduce cleaner, more modern facilities. Here at Alchemilla, the quality of care we provide to you, our valued patient, is of the utmost importance. Dr. Phillips, Chairman of Alchemilla Board. And that particular static sound effect for that TV is the a clip of the static from Silent Hill 1's radio. Is the hospital based on something like a real school? Not as far as I know. Locked? So again, just kind of walking through Alchemilla's hallways. It's, again, same layout from Silent Hill 1. And I can remember, like, very first time I ever really got to see this game and get a chance to play it. I never really had a PSP, so I was borrowing it from a friend around, like, 2007 or so. And kind of getting my hands on it and playing it the first time. And just kind of walking through this and getting to see these familiar Alchemilla hallways and stuff in somewhat little bit better graphics than Silent Hill 1 and everything. It kind of gives you that little bit of hope. That little like, oh, we're revisiting Silent Hill 1. It really sets you up like it's going to be the kind of return to the town. And this backstory that you would really, really want. And, like, I'm totally behind this idea conceptually. It's just a shame that they didn't write it out. I feel like if they would have actually had the time to work out the script and stuff, if it had a proper deadline and budget and everything, this could have been a really good addition. And a strong start for the Western games, but...
You a doctor?
Can I help you?
That fire last night.
See, this is Kaufman. Look how young he is.
Is she here?
A girl? We've received no new patients in the last day or so. Was she hurt?
She was burned all over.
Are you a relative?
This is only 7 years before.
I don't know her name. I was the one who saved her from the fire. She must have been brought here. Is there another hospital?
I'm sorry. Perhaps someone in reception could help you. I have urgent business to attend to. Goodbye.
Hey, Chula. A dirty gurney. Someone just left it here? So, okay. We're hitting all the tropes. Bloody hospital beds, abandoned. Although we're in a hospital, so it's not as out of the ordinary as it presents it in, like, 1, 2, or 3. What's the name of the protagonist? Travis Grady. In fact, let's see. Do I have anything? Public notice. Let's go through the inventory real quick. Flashlight. Battered clip-on flashlight. With my job, I spend a lot of time on the road at night when something goes wrong. It's good to have this thing strapped to my jacket. Got the radio. So he just starts with a flashlight and a radio. It's not something you have to pick up. He's already equipped. Handy when I'm unloading my rig. Tunes tend to keep the boredom at bay. And a lucky quarter. I've had this quarter since I was a kid. From when my parents died. It's kind of a lucky charm. It has something scratched into it. Looks like 61. So this is our little hint to his little personal story that doesn't really wind up being super related to Silent Hill in any particular way. But his parents' death is a big part of what all of this revolves around. But I don't know, I just feel like it's not very well covered, and they don't really integrate it to the overall story very well. At all. Phones have been disconnected. Does Travis appear in any other parts? Yeah, he's in the intro of Homecoming.
Nils? You okay? What?
My parents died. I'm so lucky. Okay, QTE combat events. So that's a thing now, because this game came out in 2006, and why wouldn't you want to be God of War? Medical charts, they mean nothing to me. Preliminary diagnosis. 3rd-degree burns. Patient is unconscious. Something has prevented damage spreading to the internal organs. Tissue damage is limited to the epidermis and extremities of limbs. How is this possible? So I guess Alessa's like Wolverine. She just has a healing factor. That explains it. Why do they call it birthing a god when it's coughed up? That's only in that one situation. The gurney is stained with blood. Some of it still seems wet. Oh, look. It's like this room, but a creepy Silent Hill version. So this is our mechanic that gets introduced into this game, and they don't really go into it a whole lot in the plot either about why this works. It's something that Travis's mother could apparently do as well. but it's implied that she could do that because it wasn't his mother. It was like a demon that had possessed her. So it's like, can Travis do this because he's half demon? I don't know. There's all these really kind of odd things, but it generally boils down to how can we pad this game, this PSP game out, and make it feel more like a full-length game. And essentially you get twice the area of every single building in this game, because you go through it once and then you find mirrors and you can go through the mirror and then return to places you've already been, and the mirror world will be different. So a door that's locked in one world will not be locked in the mirror world, or, you know, whatever. So you wind up just having to use the mirrors to go back and forth between two kind of versions of every area. And I mean, other games have done this. Link to the Past does this. There's a ton of games that do this, where it's like you go to one version of a place, light world and dark world type of thing, and it affects each other, or you can get around obstacles and things. So it's not necessarily a poor mechanic, but the way that it's implemented is just kind of the most basic, like, attempt to pad out the area. It's not really done in a clever enough way. Yeah, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver does it in a pretty good way. Some of the Prince of Persia games, the later Prince of Persia games, had similar mechanics and things too that were pretty good. So there's something wrong with the mirror. The reflection isn't right. Metroid Prime 2, yeah. But as said, as we go through the game, you'll see how the mirrors are utilized here, and it's like the most basic of, let's throw this in to make people backtrack twice as much.
You're the girl from the fire. How did you... I'm seeing things. This ain't right.
This ain't right. But that is it. The mirror swap mechanic. Get used to it, because that's the whole gimmick of the game. It never significantly changes or alters or anything else. It's basically every place you go through is explore around, see what's locked, find the mirror, get around the locked thing, encounter puzzle, solve puzzle, encounter blockade, find mirror. Still got Yamaoka on the soundtrack. Soundtrack's not bad here. It's Silent Hill 1 style, ambient industrial. I don't feel like it's as memorable as some of Yamaoka's other stuff, but the soundtrack for this is still good. Parts of the note are obscured. Worry not. Blank, 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 blank. I have used the blank to contain her power. No one will come to her aid. Blank, 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 blank. One of the 5 blank. Hide them. Protect them. Blank. Yamaoka never phoned it in. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say he's never phoned it in, but I would say Yamaoka is a talented enough guy who knows enough, and at this point has enough experience producing this genre of music that even Yamaoka half-assing it, kind of phoning it in, is still leaps and bounds what a lot of other composers could do, like actually trying. This heart of mine troubles me with its trembling. To still it, I have to put it on ice and lock it away. Remember, the three beauties who cause it to pump so are the key. Age before beauty. We've got a medical ice box. It's got a lock on it. This puzzle is... you'll notice there was no difficulty selection on the menu screen. So there is only this. There is no hard. There is no easy. It is just the game the way it is. Which means puzzles are also static. This combination is always the same. I can just plug it in right now and grab the heart. I figure for the sake of a story playthrough, we'll go find the actual notes. And then come back to it. Oh my god, she caught me when I was trying to hit her with the TV. And now that TV is gone. So if you get hit with a QTE while holding a throwable weapon, you lose that weapon. It's just gone now. But that's okay, even if you don't have weapons. Punching isn't even really that bad. I could honestly go through this whole game. We could do a fist only. And it's not that much of a challenge. A couple of bosses are a pain in the ass just because you have to be so close to them. So despite the fact that it gives you kind of a lot of weapon variety, the weapons themselves don't have, like, enough weight behind them. You don't have enough purpose behind using certain ones. I guess you can kind of use a little bit of, like, well, this enemy is better to stay further away from, so long weapons like IV stands and things like that are better to fight with. But without any variance in difficulty and variety, it all kind of boils down to you collect a lot of junk and you wind up never really running out of it, items, and it's just kind of comical when you're cycling through like 40 or 50 different weapons and things by the midway or end part of this game. Because by the time we get to the end of the game, it's going to be like, we've got 7 alcohol bottles, 6 hammers, 5 scalpels, and 3 batons, and 4 IV drips, and 5 pool cues, and it just gets ridiculous. So we've got another mirror, and you can see we're inside of a bathroom, and you can look at the normal world map. They at least had the courtesy to let you look at both versions of the place that you're in, regardless of what side of the mirror you're on. So you can see, like, now, thanks to being in the other world, I got through this locked door, since it wasn't locked here, or since it unlocked with that golden egg. And now I can use this mirror to go back to the normal world and unlock this door from this side. Is this the best Silent Hill game that was made by the Western division of Konami? No. I mean, that's going to come down to personal preference, whatever opinions you have for each of these games. In my opinion, Shattered Memories, out of all the Western developed games, had the closest in terms of atmosphere and attention to detail that most closely resembled something to like what Team Silent would establish with their world. But the writing for that one fell pretty short as well. And just like with this game, that game was riding a lot on what's established with Silent Hill 1 for its success. And in this, everything is supposed to be, you know, oh, this is what happened before Silent Hill 1. That's the whole catch for the story. You'll recognize these things. For Shattered Memories, it was a reimagining, so it's like, oh, I'll recognize these things from Silent Hill 1. But hey, that's not what they did in Silent Hill 1. When, at the end of the day, if they would have just done something original with the same mechanics and setting, and said, ignore Silent Hill 1, let's make an original story and just put it in this setting with these mechanics, it would have been much better. Someone has written on the door. It says Amy, 31. Got a staff lounge key. So 31-year-old Amy. We've got one of the numbers we need to unlock that box. Just old textbooks, reports, and magazines. Nothing I need. Energy drinks. Staff notice. Construction. As you know, the renovations to the upper floors have run into problems. The plumbing leak and substandard materials used have forced us to close off the third floor until further notice. We're reminded of the familiar adage, you get what you pay for. We now face 6 more months of work, reducing our capacity for the coming year. We'll have to cut spending on inpatient care and consultancy fees by 50%. Therefore, we ask doctors to refrain from committing patients and encourage home stays instead. Unless they're dying in your arms, don't book them in. So this is why the ambulance dumps Travis on the bench. They knew that he was just passed out from a little bit of smoke inhalation. He would wake up and be fine. So they just left him there on the fucking bench. Staff party. Worry not. The staff party is still on our recreation. The staff party is still on. Our recreation budget is locked away where no one can tamper. Everyone meet at Annie's bar. I remember that from Silent Hill 1, and I clapped. At 8 p.m. on Friday. Alcohol. Medicinal, of course. And food will be free. Arrive early to grab a trainee nurse. They go quick. Get it? I got a toaster. And an exam room key. I don't know, there's just something kind of funny about this trucker going through familiar rooms in Alchemilla Hospital and being in the hospital break room and being like, I'm gonna take the toaster. I'm gonna bash me a monster with this toaster so good. Someone has written on the wall. It says Lucy, 23. Medicinal alcohol? I think it's a joke. Because they're doctors that know how to party. Bunch of cleaning products. Not that anyone seems to do much cleaning around here. Got a note here. Having trouble with your anatomy class? Find that getting them out is much easier than putting them back in? Just remember this easy mnemonic. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. So we have been picking up a couple of plastic parts. We've got some lungs and a liver. As well as an exam room key. Go to the exam room. Check that out. Got a plastic stomach. Plastic intestine. And the last of our numbers, Sarah, 19. So now we can go and open up that box. A note from Kaufman to all staff. It is forbidden to enter my office unaccompanied until further notice. Dr. Kaufman. No, Copperino, this is pre-recorded. Henry Townsend? Okay, so let's take a look at the anatomy doll here. It's a plastic anatomy doll that's missing some parts. So right now we've got the intestine, we've got the stomach, we've got the liver, we've got the lungs, but we're missing a heart. And a heart was mentioned in that note in the lockbox, the locked medical box. But I found the three names of three women and their ages. And now we just have to go and plug those three numbers in the correct order into the medical box. See, the puzzles and things are, you know, they're not bad. They're in the same style of Silent Hill, but there's like, I feel like there's kind of a, I don't know, a dissonance to it. It doesn't really match up with what's going on with the rest of the story, and it doesn't really apply to the characters. Like when you're going around reading out notes and things written by Stanley and getting like the idea of this stalker in like Silent Hill 3, or going through and doing like the hanged man, the innocent man puzzle in Silent Hill 2, where the themes of the puzzle are fitting. They match the overall themes of the game. Whereas these are just kind of like, yeah, find the ages of the three women. Age before beauty. So 31. You're going to do it from oldest to youngest. 23 and 19. Plastic heart. And a nurse appears after you do that. toast. Honestly, I think I like throwing items the best in this game. They one-shot like a majority of the enemies, as long as you have enough time to charge up and actually throw it without getting interrupted by a QTE. Okay, so I have all of the parts, and there was a note that we found in the Otherworld bathroom that said, having trouble with your anatomy, find that taking them out is easier than putting them back in, so we need to put them back in order. And it said to remember the handy little mnemonic. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. So inside would be intestines. Stevie would be stomach. Little would be lungs. Henry would be heart. Wait. Did I already... Did I already do this out of order? I forgot the mnemonic. It's inside Stevie, little Henry lurks, isn't it? Or did I... Inside Henry? Is it the other way around? I have a different actual way that I remember these organs for speedrunning. I know that heart goes under lungs, but I'm trying to remember the student's mnemonic. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. Little is liver. I did lungs for liver. I'm stupid. As said, I remember these in a different order for speedrunning, because you don't actually have to put them in that order. Then Henry. And lurks. All the organs have returned to the doll. The doll's eyes open and you get some glass eyes. And as said, this is just kind of like... I don't know. You're solving puzzles. The music here doesn't sound bad. You're going through Alchemilla. It kind of looks, kind of feels like Silent Hill. It's a creepy puzzle. But there's like a significant lack of substance so far. And then as said, as you start getting more and more of the plot, it starts getting more and more nonsensical. Oh, well, I lost that item because I got grabbed immediately in a QTE after exiting a door. Combat and stuff like that, situations like this happen a lot in this game. I know that's something that a lot of the... Whoa, what's with the crotch shot? Okay. And I know that's what a lot of fans definitely complain about as well, is the combat mechanics in this and the QTEs. I don't think it's something that really, again, was executed very good. It could potentially have worked if it was implemented in a good way. We both just flat out missed each other. Nope. No need for this. This is my door. She's been cut open and her eyes are missing. What kind of monster could have done this? The early prototype of this game, oh, it looked bad. If you want to like link the, I know it's up on YouTube and stuff. If you want to link that for anybody who wants to see what the early prototype for this was, the build that Climax LA did before it went to Climax UK, it's pretty rough. It's hammer time. It's a Silent Hill 2 lying figure. He really wants to QTE grab me. Do your ranged attack. No, do your ranged attack. Alright. Hammer time. No, don't spit. Da-na-na-na. And just like when you kill a boss in Zelda, you get like a magical light and a new shiny key item. Compared to the other Silent Hill titles, how does the combat feel in this one? See, the problem is, I feel like combat in Silent Hill was pretty rough as well. Honestly, I felt like the combat in Silent Hill 3, I like the variance in the attacks and the charge attacks and the different properties of the different weapons with like varying amounts of iframes and how quickly they could charge and how they kind of combo. It felt almost like a fighting game comparing weapons and stuff in Silent Hill 4, almost. Silent Hill 3 had like a really good feel to its weapons. Everything having basic attacks and strong attacks, and you could like hold up and do thrust attacks with all your different melee. You could block, and the block was like a precisely timed thing. You couldn't just hold it, so you'd have to sort of anticipate an attack and block it properly. So combat in Silent Hill 3 felt like really kind of fun and dynamic when you try to actually melee something, especially on harder difficulties. And certain boss fights and stuff like the Alessa boss fight, things like that. Compared to those types of situations and those kinds of mechanics, I feel like this one is a huge step down. There is some variance in the way that things work. You have all the different types of weapons, first off, just so many different varieties, and they all have, here's your quick stab with the scalpel, and then you have like an overhead, like a quicker, harder jab with it that's not as fast and harder to do consistently. And then you can also hold the button and the screen shakes with how powerfully Travis is charging it up, and then release it. And every weapon has its own moveset. The hammer has its, quick swings. If you do that, you get like a overhead. there's a lot of variety in the weapon types and the types of moves you can do with them. But at the same time, as said, there's not enough impact to it. Like, you never feel compelled to really use it. Outside of speedrunning, where you're trying to efficiently kill a boss in a certain number of attacks, I never ever really bothered figuring out the depth of these weapons and things, because you can punch your way through this whole game just as effectively as trying to perfectly time the overhead attack with this weapon and so on. It just feels kind of like a waste. Not to mention, it'll also boil down to, did the enemy get near you? Yes. Did it activate a QTE? Well, then you're in the QTE now, and that's it. So it winds up breaking the flow of what could have been a very good dynamic combat system with a lot of variety with weapon attacks and things, but you don't have enemies that really cater to you wanting to use that variety. Plus, on top of having breakable weapons, and then, as said, enemies just grabbing you with QTEs, it just kind of defeats the whole purpose of any depth that there would be. Got the future piece, so we're collecting pieces of the Flauros, and we just get them after boss fights, apparently. And significance as far as this boss, by the way, there is none. This literally is a normal enemy. A lot of the boss fights in this game are just introductions to new enemies, and then after it's a boss fight, it's a regular enemy without a whole lot of significance.
What is this?
There's a few that are important, that are like
You.
particular to Travis.
What was that thing? This isn't happening.
Are you okay? Sorry, did I startle you? My name is Lisa. I'm a trainee here. Are you waiting for someone?
No. No, I'm just... Well, I'm done here. Name's Travis. Nice to meet you, Lisa.
You sure you're okay? You look a little shaken up. Sorry.
No, it's okay. To be honest, I've been a little off all day. I was in a fire last night. I think it boiled my brain a little.
The fire in the business district? How awful. I heard about that. No one knows how it got started. And that poor girl, Alessa Gillespie, to die like that.
Alessa? She died?
Yes. Sorry, did you know her?
No. But... never mind.
Well, I have to run. Dr. Kaufman wants to meet me over at Cedar Grove Sanitarium, and he'll be mad if I'm late. Maybe see you around? Take it easy, Travis.
You too, Lisa.
So there's Lisa. She's supposed to be 7 years younger than Lisa that we see in Silent Hill 1. She seems older to me in the way that her voice sounds, and just kind of, I mean, like, the general design, I can see what they were trying to do. Like, see, her hair is shorter. It takes 7 years and she grows it out or whatever. But the way that they make her talk and act comes off as older than the Lisa that we sort of experience in Silent Hill 1. And another thing I want to talk about really quickly is motivation. So, Silent Hill 1. Harry raised this baby that he found on the side of the road. It was his daughter for 7 years. He crashed his car on his way to vacation, and she's missing in a creepy town where stuff is getting progressively more nightmarish. He's he's motivated to find his daughter and get the hell out. Silent Hill 2. James loved his wife very much. He suffered a psychosis and thought that he got a letter from her, returned to her to Silent Hill to find her and to find the truth of what actually happened. The motivation for James to continue forward was so strong that even though you had a clear path to turn around and leave, James would refuse to take it. Silent Hill 3. Everything is more or less, Heather doesn't want to be involved. She doesn't care. She wants to run and escape from it until she sees that her father, Harry Mason, has been murdered, and then she's motivated by revenge to track down Claudia Wolf and stop this cult, and particularly kill Claudia. Everyone had these really strong motivations as to what they were doing. Henry lived in an apartment and didn't want to die? I guess 4 is weird because it's not about Henry so much. Walter is the motivated one in Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 is all Walter's story, and again, we've got a very strong motivation for why he's doing everything that he's doing. Travis swerved to avoid a little girl in the road as he was driving past a delivery past Silent Hill. Turned out there was a fire. He saved this burned girl from the fire. He went to go check on her in a hospital. Some weird shit happened, and now he just heard from the nurse that she's dead. Why does Travis care? Why does Travis care? Why is he here? Why is he looking this hard? Why is he trying to solve this mystery? What makes him not just go back to his truck and finish his delivery? At this point, what is his motivation? And even from this point, now that this much has happened, to continue even further and stay here, what else are we going to do now? Lisa said that the girl's asleep. Or that the girl's asleep. I just read Noir's thing in chat. Lisa said that the girl, Alessa, is dead. Travis has no reason to pursue this any further, and you don't really have any indication of what to do or where to go next, except that your indication is that Lisa said, I'm going to go meet Dr. Michael Kaufman at Cedar Grove Sanitarium. That's it. So Lisa and Kaufman, these people that Travis just met and has no particular real interest in, he's going to go meet up where they're meeting up just because Lisa mentioned it offhand. Why? Well, the thing is, Rongarian, like, the Lisa that you talk to in most of Silent Hill 1, in all of Silent Hill 1, is not the physical, real, alive Lisa. She's a recreation by Alessa, and she's there as a means of kind of giving information. And Alessa really liked Lisa. We learn in Silent Hill 3 that Lisa was heavenly towards Alessa when everything else around her in that hospital was so nightmarish. Lisa was kind of the only good part of being in that situation for all those years. And because Lisa meant so much to Alessa, Lisa was able to kind of be recreated and have her memories and things still intact. She's still like she was, rather than being a monster or, you know, like a nightmare. the Butcher, by the way, foreshadowing. But Alessa's creation of Lisa is still going to be fairly accurate to Lisa's actual self. That's what Alessa was trying to preserve out of respect or love for Lisa. And this Lisa in this game doesn't really seem like the same character at all as Lisa in Silent Hill 1. I mean, again, it's 7 years worth of difference. You could argue that she would have been a much different person. Anybody could change quite a bit over 7 years, but I feel like the changes between characters are far more drastic than they really should be, to the point where it just seems to kind of alienate their character and what's been established. It's not Triangle Face. It's the Butcher. It's just a big guy with a metal thing on half of his face. Because Silent Hill 2 was a success. So now we have to have a big constant monster that represents something to our protagonist. Because Silent Hill 2 is the only way that you can make a Silent Hill game. Despite the fact that 1, 3, and 4 were totally different concepts than Silent Hill 2. This is the start of the trend that the Western games will take, where it seems like the only game that anyone who worked on a Silent Hill game after 4, it seems like the only one that anybody ever really played and paid attention to was 2. And they just want to copy 2. The idea of this protagonist who blocked something out in their past, and they're working through their inner demons through the town of Silent Hill. That was unique to Silent Hill 2. You know, Silent Hill 1 is not about Harry Mason's inner demons. Silent Hill 3, it's kind of a little bit about Heather's inner demons, but that's such a small part of a much larger, you know, overall storytelling. Silent Hill 4, it's not about Henry at all. It's not necessarily about Walter's. I mean, it is about Walter's inner demons, but it's so much more layered. And now it's this. Now it's, well, protagonists with amnesia, and they work out their problems, and then they remember, and they have a recurring large guilt monster. This is awful. She's been cut almost in half. Yeah, it's horrible that this monster that we've already bludgeoned several of to death with hammers and toasters. How horrible that this one was also killed. Get the impression Lisa isn't quite at the stage of drug addict yet. She just seems like a floozy. I feel like, I don't know, Lisa doesn't seem like she was already a druggie and that's how Kaufman was so easily to get her hooked. It seems like Lisa was otherwise, like, pretty tame. And then Kaufman getting her hooked on the drug was like her first real drug experience. That she was able to become addicted to it and affected by it so heavily. And then once that was established, Kaufman was able to manipulate her, but... in this, it just kind of seems like, you know, yeah. She's just kind of slutty and wants to fuck the director and also do some drugs with him. She's asleep now. Someone has written on the ticket. Well, wake her up. She's late for work. White Lotus is a hell of a drug. You mean White Claudia? And just to cover the history of that, since that does play a part in this game as well, since it's a major, the drug point, like, the drug side of things in Silent Hill 1 is a major plot point. Even if it's something that is optional, it gives you a lot of explanation as to Kaufman's involvement, and kind of the cult's way of operating, how they keep their members controlled, how they induct new people, how they brainwash the children in the orphanages. Like, everything kind of stems from this drug that is exclusive to Silent Hill. And the drug itself, by the way, is called PTV. White Claudia is the flower that the drug is refined from. And there's actually not a whole lot of overall mention to it. We get references to it in the later scene with Lisa and Kaufman, where you start to understand this sort of the drug relationship between the two, that Kaufman's providing Lisa with PTV. But it doesn't play an overall large role in, like, everything that we kind of explore here. There's nothing of interest on the counter. And I feel like it's, a lot of it is just there for the sake of reference, because they wanted to have things that people would instantly recognize as being from Silent Hill 1. Useless. Don't have any change anyway. Wonder who that's a portrait of. Because that just looks like a photograph of, like, a developer's face stuck onto, like, a digital painting with the body in the business suit. Like, the head is too big for the body. And it seems like they made it that way intentionally so that you could see kind of who this face is. It's Tom Hewlett. Actually, I don't know who it is. It could be, but it's a little too fuzzy to really identify. Tom didn't really have a whole lot of involvement with this one, according to a recent podcast that he did. So we're in the sanitarium, and this place is fucking huge. First floor, second floor, also a basement. Do they ever explain in any Silent Hill what kind of drug PTV is? They do in Silent Hill 1. There's a book that you find that describes it as being a psychedelic with hallucinogenic seeds. So, there you go. It's a psychedelic with hallucinogenic properties that's based on the plant's seeds. Status report, March 12th, 1960. So this is something else about this game. They made one really important misstep when it comes to establishing a sequel and trying to set up a particular continuation or prequel of an established game, especially something done with Team Silent. And that is, they put an actual year, an actual timeline to all of these events. So we can see March 12th, 1960. This is a note about Mrs. Helen Grady, Travis's mother. So we've got definite hard times and years and dates that these people were here and that these events occurred. And keep in mind that also gives us hard dates that this game is trying to establish for things that the cult was doing, such as Alessa's burning, and all of that can be figured from these dates as well. And the problem is, it winds up that this game is set in the late 1970s. I believe it's 1977. And Silent Hill 1, again, when I was doing the story playthrough of that, we were trying to kind of establish a base timeline for how the games connect and kind of what general time period they're set in. And Silent Hill 1 was most likely late 80s, somewhere around 1987, 1988. Which would mean that at the very earliest, for everything in Silent Hill 1 to be forced onto a year, because of, and I mean, this is some stupid stuff you have to look at to make this work, because Team Silent did not want to establish years for their games. They wanted to establish periods of time between them, like Silent Hill 1 and 3 being 17 years apart, but they never wanted to say Silent Hill 1 happened in this year, Silent Hill happened 2 in this year, and so on and so forth. And a lot of that was intentional because time itself can be distorted in relation to Silent Hill, meaning time spent by people in Silent Hill isn't necessarily the way that time passes for the rest of the world. Time is very convoluted in Lordran. I mean Silent Hill. A lot of it doesn't make sense a lot of the time. And that was why they didn't want to establish any years, is because they would constantly sort of be twisted and distorted and not make much sense. You're supposed to speculate on it. But because we established that in this game, we wind up getting these big continuity errors. So 1987... based on car models and things like that in Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason's Jeep YJ Wrangler that started production in 1987, so if he bought it brand new, Silent Hill 1 at its earliest could happen in 1987, meaning 7 years before that would have been the earliest time. That would have been the point in the story where Alessa was burned, which would be 1980. 3 years after this game takes place. So, again, the timeline is completely inconsistent. This game cannot be considered canon. It does not line up timeline-wise, plot-wise, character-wise with Silent Hill 1. Anyway, sorry for the long rant. I just have to kind of establish that now because this is the first note we pick up that starts doing the timeline thing. So we've got status report, March 12th, 1960. Patient, Mrs. Helen Grady. Age 34. Examining doctor, Dr. Harris. Notes, patient continues to harbor strong fantasies and a violent persecution complex. Her moods can swing from calm to violent aggression in a short time, which has led to her being moved to the seclusion wing. She becomes particularly violent when during the occasional visits from her husband, demanding that she be allowed to see their child. We have taken the precautionary step of adding epilenium to Mrs. Grady's medication to prevent her violent outbursts. I don't like having to sedate patients, but when she is aggressive, Helen is as much of a danger to herself as to her visiting husband and the staff. So Travis's mom was going through some shit, and she was kept here. A wheelchair. Never needed to use one of these myself.
You were at the fire. I saw you there.
Of course you did. That was my house, burning. My daughter, Alessa. You were the one who saved her.
Yeah. She was your daughter? Why did you leave her? Why did no one help? You all left that girl to burn.
So we did. The world is stranger than you think.
You're crazy. What happened to her? Lisa said she was dead.
Alessa is with those who care for her. Do not trust her, Travis. She does not know what she is doing.
How do you know my name? Hey, answer me. They're all crazy.
I agree. All the developers of this game are crazy. They're crazy to think Dahlia would look that much different 7 years previous to Silent Hill 1. She's like an old withered grandma. And here she's... like, her hair still has color. She's so much more, like... it's such an exaggerated difference between all of the characters for what's only supposed to be a 7-year gap. And again, Dahlia talking about furthering the implication that the burning and everything was intentional. Is Shattered Memories after Origins, or was it after Homecoming? Homecoming is after Origins. I'm playing them in release order. So it'll be after Origins is Homecoming, then Shattered Memories, and lastly Downpour. So the basement is locked. Nothing else back here. Great. Drugs make you age so fast. Maybe. Must be on drugs, as Sybil puts it. Maybe Dahlia was just doing way too much of that PTV. Aged her a lot in 7 years. So here's an enemy. It's a floating cage that also has a human-shaped shadow. Is it a weird, unique monster design? Oh god, it's faster than I can recover. Why am I stun locked by this? That's great. It was attacking faster than I could swing the hammer. So I was just stun locked. Alright. But yeah, weird monster design, not in a good way. It almost seems like they gave up. They started designing something and then stopped. And it's like all we have is this cage. Just put a shadow. Put a person-shaped shadow. Again, this game was super rushed. Old gas cylinders, no use to me. Dutch angle, you called it, Dave. Hasn't been used in a long time. I can see something metal inside through the window. Out of use. In light of the recent accident, I am barring the use of the iron lung equipment. This applies to all staff, including senior nurses. Patient deaths during therapy are not to be treated lightly. Oh, excuse me. I find it hard to believe that someone could accidentally overload every valve on the equipment, and so, until the inquiry has concluded, I must assume the equipment itself is at fault. These precautions are essential. We owe a duty of care to all of our patients, even the difficult ones. Dr. Harris. So apparently this hospital is really poorly run, and several of the people who work here, they're so done with having to deal with these mentally ill people that one of them just straight up killed one of them by overloading them the iron lung while they were in it. This looks like the control panel for the iron lung. It's a little too blurred out on this version to read some of the text here, but it's basically a bunch of like, do not go above a certain pressure level for each button or each valve. And then at the very bottom, it's handwritten in right here that says, have fun. Something got spat out of the iron lung. Oops. Basement key. Scuffed iron key covered in dirt says basement access on the tag. Oh yeah, and the future piece. A tetrahedron with the word future engraved on its side. Feels heavier than it looks. Battlefield Earth. I haven't watched Battlefield Earth in a long time. Oh yeah, that's right. Tomorrow's movie night. But Homecoming is going to take me like all night. I'm not going to be able to do movies as well. I don't know. I might skip the Homecoming playthrough tomorrow night to catch up on movie night. Gotta watch Machete. We gotta finish out the Robert Rodriguez expanded cinematic universe. Yep, movie night. So I was trying to set up, it wasn't very consistent, but I was trying to set up where every Monday night after the stream, we would get together in my Discord and on a different site, because obviously you can't stream movies on Twitch, on a different site called Rabbit, I would stream movies, and we would just sit around and talk about movies while we watch them through the Discord and everything. And I was a huge fan of the Machete movies, Danny Trejo, and somebody told me that it was part of the Spy Kids universe, which are also directed by Robert Rodriguez. And I looked it up, and sure enough, because I had never seen a Spy Kids movie, I looked it up, and sure enough, Machete's origin is a character from Spy Kids, and he's a recurring character through each of the movies. So I was like, sure, let's watch all the Spy Kids movies. So we did that 2 weeks back, where we watched Spy Kids 1, 2, and 3, and that's in timeline order, so it's like 1, 2, and 3 of the first Spy Kids movies. Now is the first Machete movie, and then Spy Kids 4, and then Machete Lives. Or, excuse me, Machete Kills is the sequel. So it'll be those 3 movies next time I do movie night, which might be tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I definitely don't have enough time to do both Homecoming, unless I like really super speed run through Homecoming, and Homecoming honestly doesn't deserve that. Homecoming has some interesting elements. It's just not good at telling its story. The actual concept, like the overall concept for the story for Homecoming, is actually pretty good. But they just tell the story in such a dumbed down, straightforward way. Yo, what's up, Stuart? How does Homecoming run on PC? Like shit. The PC port is super unstable. I won't be playing the PC version. I'll be playing the PlayStation 3 version, just for the sake of stability. Suspect it was not a good port, but gotta ask. Yeah. It was not a great port. It's got a lot of problems. This hydrotherapy bath must be broken because the water is boiling. There's a key at the bottom, but there's no way I can reach it without scalding myself. No, that's nothing. Great. Drainage control here. Push the button. All those melee weapons can't fish the key out with one? Nah. That would be the smart thing to do. And we can't have that. Not from a Silent Hill protagonist. The bath is drained, and the key that was in it had been sucked down the plug hole. Sucked down the plug hole. That sounds like a... That sounds like an adult movie that Travis did. Back before he had to become a trucker to pay the bills. It's very symbolic. Nothing useful here. Mirror. Stuart, thank you for the 40 bits. Appreciate it. Gonna have to catch the VOD of the stream. Thanks again for doing these games, especially the later ones. No problem. No problem. As I said, I know a lot of people... I've seen a lot of people get mad when I'm kind of playing through these games and picking them apart. But, like, to me, I feel like it's fair for me to express why I like the games I like, and when I'm playing ones that I don't, rather than just talk shit and never play the games and just be like, oh, it's a shitty game, I'm not going to play it because I don't like it. Like, no, I'll play a shitty game. I'll show you exactly why I think it's not as good. I feel like that's a more fair approach instead of just kind of
I've always hated you! You and your devil son!
Oh God, Helen! My dear Helen! You really are dead! What will I do?
Nah. I've always hated you. You're critiquing the game? Yeah, but at the same time, there are a lot of people who are fans of these games, that genuinely enjoy them. They get upset when I'm talking shit. I just want it contextualized. I'm not doing it for the sake of just shitting on things people like. I'm just trying to place some context into my opinions and why they are the way they are. Barbed wire is stretched across the cubicle. Anybody sick of that music loop yet? Looks dark and cold under the metal grate. Kitchen knife. Owe it to myself to beat Homecoming sometime. Homecoming, I feel, is still worth a playthrough. It's, as said, I honestly am kind of disappointed with how Homecoming turned out, considering it does have, like, it's got a cool concept. It's got a lot of things that really work. The idea that when the cult was in a state of disarray, which it was at several points, and several different groups of the cult sort of branched off and started their own separate belief systems, and some of them tried to leave the cult entirely. And you get the idea that one of these branches was essentially trying to leave Silent Hill and leave the cult behind, but they were so involved with it, they had to establish a ritual so that the gods of Silent Hill would allow them to leave and live somewhat normal lives. And the stipulation of that ritual involved, like, you can have a totally normal life away from Silent Hill where you're unaffected by anything, any of the nightmare stuff that affects Silent Hill, but the people who establish this new place, Shepherd's Glen, have to sacrifice part of their family line every 50 years. That's a cool concept. I was cool with that. I like that idea. It establishes a new ritual. It sets up something kind of different where rather than being faithful to this religion, they're almost being blackmailed by the forces to continue serving them, but, you know, give them the exchange of the appearance of like a normal city on the outside. The themes in which each of the founding families have to kill their child, and the way that those themes are conveyed in their respective boss fights is done, I think, really well in Homecoming. A lot of these little individual ideas on their own fit really well, I think. But then the story is just fucking hit you over the head with a brick like stupid, where they're so blunt about the information they give you. It's painful. Like, it really just assumes that you're a complete idiot that can't figure anything out, and everything is blatantly explained to you. And if you don't get it the first time it's blatantly explained to you, they make sure to have at least 2 other characters blatantly explain it to you again. So it's like all the fun of a Silent Hill, of like speculating on stuff and piecing things together and kind of working things out, a lot of that is just completely wasted on Homecoming because there is no subtlety. It's trying to be in your face, and it does the same with its graphics and visuals as well, where it's just kind of outwardly gory, like, here's a body cut in half. Here's a corpse cut in half. Watch your dad cut in half. Here's your mom cut in half. And it's like, okay, I get it. You know, there's stuff going on. It's gross, but you didn't need to throw a whole bunch of corpses in to be the scary thing in the previous Silent Hill games. You know, you set that up through atmosphere. You set it up under the premise that something scary is going to happen that may or may not actually happen. That's kind of Silent Hill's established atmosphere. Bring me my son. A foreboding message written by Travis's mother. Oh, whoops. How could I go to the normal world and not use the toilet? Toilet looks blocked. There's a metal ringing in the pipe. Sounds like something is stuck. Toilet's been flushed. I just flushed the toilet. The ringing noise has stopped. Anything that was stuck in there has been flushed down through the system. So we got a key that we need to get, but we have to like flush it through the pipes and then get down to where the pipes essentially let out in the basement to retrieve it. 9:30 a.m. administered medication to the seclusion patients. There were no incidents 11:46 a.m. accompanied Dr. Harris on his morning rounds. No incidents of note. 3 p.m. visit for Mrs. Grady from her husband. Took her into the empty dorm room so she would feel more comfortable. 3:46. Mrs. Grady has attacked her husband. So 46 minutes after Travis's dad arrived, his mom attacked him. During the visit, she had a violent episode and attempted to throttle Mr. Grady. Throttle. She was heard screaming by myself and the attending orderly, and we had managed to restrain her, though it took 3 of us, despite her being a female of slight build. So again, this is the idea that something otherworldly is sort of possessing Helen Grady, that it's not actually her. After we sedated her and took her back to her room, Dr. Harris examined her and decided to reinstate her dose of epilinium. 5:12 p.m. After the incident with Mrs. Grady, the other patients have become agitated and restless. Harris has ordered a lockdown. I got a table lamp. Patient belongings key. A light rusty key. Tag says patient belongings room. Nothing else here. Creepy doll. Someone left their doll. I'll leave it here in case they come looking for it. Yeah. They're gonna come looking for it. That's what's gonna happen. This hospital that we've been fighting monsters. The little kid's just gonna come back like, oh, I forgot my doll. The door is sealed shut. Someone has written across it. The message reads, Dr. Harris has the key. Same room, same room. Oops. Okay. Oh my god, I've already got so many weapons. Alcohol bottle. The thing I like best about the throwing weapons is it actually changes your pickup animation. Like when you find another item on the ground and pick something up, instead of Travis bending down forward to pick it up, he like squats, but it looks really weird. If I can find next thing that I find that I can pick up off the ground, you'll see what I mean. Can't throw your only moonshine. I've got another one. I got more moonshine. There we go. Look at that. Look at that squat. Imagine he's just sitting there squatting, holding this heavy jug while he reads this note. Dr. Harris, our magpies have been at it again. This time they swallowed the damn keys for archives in the basement. Don't worry, Gary has taken Mr. Magpie to the TB ward, and I'm taking Mrs. Magpie to hydrotherapy. We'll make them spit the keys out. This job would be great if it weren't for the patients. This job would be great if it weren't for the customers. I wonder if that's... no. Clem. Locked. That's Dr. Harris's office. A native. Shotgun ammo. Another note. Status report, February 7th, 1961. Patient Mrs. Helen Grady, age 35. Examining doctor, Dr. Harris. Notes. Mrs. Grady's condition has degraded dramatically in the last few months. Her fantasies of a mirror world have become more acute, and she spends more and more time in an apparent catatonic state. She claims that during this time, she is in the other world. She now has full recollection of her attack on her son, but shows no remorse for the incident. Instead, she seems proud, almost smug, of her attempted filicide. I am worried that this behavior could be a side effect of the increased doses of epilinium that the patient has been prescribed. I've asked for her dose to be halved and hope to see positive results shortly. So as said, this mirror world mechanic thing seems to stem from Travis Grady's mother apparently being able to do the same. Basic supplies, nothing for me. Don't see how I recovered from the other stream. I slept for 7 hours and then ate some food. Watched Twin Peaks. And now we're here. Plus, this game, I at the very least know, does not take me 13 hours to finish. This one is significantly shorter. What's up, Bora Knight? The Rabbit Ducky. Thank you so much for the host. It's a big jug of moonshine. Well, you know. Travis's parents, you know, his mother went crazy, his dad killed himself. He needs a lot of moonshine to get on with his day, to deal with all this. Look at the squat to pick up the items. It's so good. Got the shotgun. We finally have a gun. And I'm going to try to never ever use it. Looting TVs and cramming in your pocket. Oh, you know it. Let's see what we're up to. Let's do a quick item or weapon inventory. I've got a hammer, a scalpel, a hammer, an alcohol bottle, a scalpel, a baton, a meat hook, a meat cleaver, a jagged wood, a wrench, an alcohol bottle, a wrench, a razor, a kitchen knife, a baton, a table lamp, and a typewriter. And a shotgun. And this is only the second, area of the game. An army of cats? Exactly. Alright, so the East Pipe Room. This is where we flushed a key down the toilet. This is where it would wind up. Luckily, it didn't, go into this gross hole. Otherwise, we might need a bent needle and some hair to fish it out. We'll just squat down and grab it. Interview archives key. Wonderful. What is this camera angle? Okay. Couldn't remember if there was anything else stashed around on here. Again, this one is not one of my favorites out of the series. So, I've played it significantly less. And pretty much every time I've played this game in the last couple years, I've done maybe 2 or 3 story playthroughs, not counting this one. And the rest of the time has just been speedrunning. A well-worn, uninteresting desk. Another hammer. Nothing here worth lugging around. There's nothing here worth lugging around. All this other shit is worth lugging around. Shelf full of junk. Great. Same thing. That's not a note I can read. Never know when you might need a typewriter. Yeah. What if you need to save? Exactly. So, let's see. I have the archives key. Interview archives. There we go. Second floor. Luckily, you can avoid a lot of combat in this game if you really don't like dealing with the QTEs and the weapons and all of that. You can straight up avoid, I would say, like 90% of all the combat in this game just by keeping your light turned off. Although I'm playing this through an emulator, and through the emulator settings, I increased the brightness of the lighting effects and things in this game by about 20%. So if you're playing this on actual PS2 hardware and you're trying to sneak around past enemies with your light off, you're basically looking at like a black screen. That's cheating. You're cheating.
I had to do it.
You had to? Please, help me understand.
That's what you do with pests. That's what you do, isn't it? And he was a pest. Oh, he was a bad boy. Always has been. I tried to pretend he wasn't, but they were there to make sure I didn't forget.
They?
The people in the mirrors. They see it all. What's really going on.
And it was their idea?
Yes. They saw the devil inside of him. I had to kill him. My responsibility. My flesh and blood. I brought him into this world, so I had to take him out of it. Good wombs can bear bad sons, they say. I know you think what I did was wrong.
I just want to understand. Helen.
No! You want to keep me locked up, Doctor. But you can't. I can leave whenever I want. I can step through that mirror and into their world. This world is just a daydream.
Helen?
When will they bring me my boy?
So yeah, more flashback audio. Helen Grady is nuts. Apparently, she's here because they believe she's crazy and can go through these mirrors and go through the other world. Considering Travis is doing that here and now, I'm guessing it's something she could actually do. And that somehow, for some reason, Travis also has this ability. Again, it's implied through some of the other notes and dialogue that Helen Grady was actually some demon that had come through a mirror to possess Helen's body. Reels of tape spilling down onto the floor. But it's hard to tell if that's, you know, it's hard to take anything too literally, because this game does a lot of weird things with its story, and again, there's a lot of plot holes, there's a lot of things that don't line up. Something's blocking it. Oh wait, I missed something very important in here. Yeah, let's go ahead and use this mirror. And what's up, Milky Tea? Cold Fear? No, I have not played Cold Fear, actually. I got a katana. There we go. That's more like it. It doesn't move me forward when I swing, so there's no whoosh percent. Oh, hold on, this one? This one? That's not it. That's not it. Do the overhead. There we go. Doesn't really move him forward because he steps back after. But we got some Nippon steel. When did Inception come out? Way after this game. Inception was what, like 2012? This game was like 2006. I was not planning that, cool name. And at this point, I've already got a lot of other plans and ideas for future movie nights. So much so to the point where I can't really do more suggestions and things. Sorry, game was released in 2007. The original scheduled release date for this was 2006. Its production was delayed. But yeah, sorry. Either way, this was before Inception. Yep, that's what I thought. I'm like looking at this whole section. I'm like, I think this is all cut off, isn't it? It is. It's broken. penis head cow monster. Just turn off the light and creep around him. Christopher Nolan must just be a Silent Hill fan. Wouldn't surprise me. Whoa. Alright. So I feel like a lot of the puzzles in this game are kind of lacking for the most part. But out of the puzzles that are in this game, I think this one's probably my favorite. There's an ornate cabinet here with 5 miniature dolls screwed into its top. Let's take a look. So we have 4 different colors of pill. We have red, blue, yellow, and green. And then 5 different dolls, and each of the dolls reflects on a particular patient that was kept in this wing. So, alright, up here, male seclusion. We can go check the patient rooms for clues as to which doll is which patient, as well as which patient needs which medication. Wow, QTE'd from pretty far away. At least you can mash out of it. All the way over there. Here we go. So we had the 5 dolls, and then here's the 5 rooms for those 5 patients. Medications. Do not mess up. So room number 1, Trizanthium. Room number 2, Nadium. Room number 3, Oporium. Room number 4, Salorium. And room number 5, also Nadium. Remember, pills are only for patients. So room number 1, you find a razor. Looks like someone had an accident here. Bandages, blood, and razor blades. The sink is encrusted with dirt. Dirty toilet, doesn't look like it's been used for a while. So all the razor blades and everything here around the table and sink give us the impression that this person was a self-harmer, a cutter, suicidal. So we're going to, out of those 5 dolls, essentially apply from their design which one would have been in that room. And that will determine which medication that doll should have. Room number 2 can't even go into. The door won't open. It looks warped by heat. The outside is scorched black. So something to do with severe burn. Room number 3. A dressmaker's dummy. Perfume bottles. The tops are off, so everything inside evaporated a long time ago. Hat boxes. So this is somebody concerned with perfume and fashion. Number 4, the door is heavily barred. All we can gain from that is that whoever was in here was significantly more dangerous than the other patients. And room number 5. There are piles of uneaten food. Smells awful. So this is someone possibly with anorexia, refusing to eat and leaving behind piles of uneaten food. A set of scales look like they've seen a lot of use. Someone concerned with their weight. Again, helping to identify the significance of that weight problem. So, we've got a general idea of what type of patient would be in each room. So let's go back and look at the dolls again. Again, this is not really that complicated of a puzzle. But as far as just kind of the themes of it and the way you go about solving it, kind of examining the rooms and applying that general logic to the appearance of the dolls here, and then using that to figure out the medications. All of that working together kind of feels the most like a Silent Hill puzzle. Like a traditional one. So we got Crazy Doll with 2 knives. This is most likely the barricaded door. We've got Burned Red Doll. From the one that was warped with heat. We have the Starved Thin Doll. The Self-Harmer with the razor blade. And the doll dressed nicely, concerned with fashion and appearance. So let's take another look at the note. So Trizanthium, Nadium, Oporium, Solorium, Nadium. So it's red, blue, yellow, green, blue in the order of the rooms. The first room, well, let's see. The 5th room was the abandoned food. That was all the left behind food. And the 2nd room was the burned one. So let's put the blue blue pill for you. And a blue for you. The 4th room was, I believe, the fashion one. I should have wrote these down. And it doesn't make a mark of which one is which. Well, actually, it does at least show the ones that were locked. 4 was the one that was heavily barricaded. And 2 was the one that was warped by heat. Yep. So green is going to go to the one with the knives. Oh, and it resets whenever you leave. So green for you. Blue for you. Blue for you. Red was for the first room, the razor blades. And yellow. Actually, I think I mixed the last two up. Nope, that was it. Dr. Harris's key. Again, not really that complicated of a puzzle. But just something about working through that one, examining the rooms, looking at the details, figuring out which patient belongs to which room, which medication goes to which patient, and just the appearance of the dolls in the rooms. They're done pretty well. Easily, like, whenever I try to think of most appropriate puzzle, like, or thinking about puzzles that stick out in my mind from the games, this one always kind of sticks out in my mind as being just kind of the creepiest and the most Silent Hill feeling puzzle. Ooh. Creative at the very least. Yeah. I feel like there's more thought put into that puzzle than in the actual, like, major points of the story. Amber Incident Report. Reporting staff member Simons. Incident description. A male child entered into the sanitarium unchallenged and got through into female seclusion. Doors were left unlocked. He entered female seclusion room 5, at which point orderly Michaels observed him and alerted me. The boy was the child of a visitor and was taken away by his father. Failures. The doors to the female seclusion were left unlocked by the orderly, and the staff in the lobby failed to notice the boy when he arrived in the mezzanine area. Recommendation, all staff to be reminded of the importance of locking ward doors. Review of staff to be conducted by duty managers. So this incident report is about Travis as a child, essentially sneaking his way into his mother's cell. And we're going to see a flashback to that when we get to the boss of this area. Oh, nice try. Why is the game so grainy? It's the noise effect that is applied over the game, which normally in the other games I disable it sometimes, depending on situation. But that's not a thing you can do in this game. So it's one of those things where it's hard for me, like I can't honestly complain about it. The film grain on this isn't bad for the most part. In some of the cutscenes it's bad. In the gameplay it's a fairly good effect. But I feel like on stream, because of the bit rate, you don't see the film grain the same way it looks to me playing on the actual game window. So it doesn't translate to stream very well, which is why for the last couple games when I was playing those, like the PC versions of 2, 3, and 4. I was disabling the film grain intentionally just so that it didn't... Just because it didn't look right when it was on the other end of the stream, you know? Lots of folders, filed and forgotten. That's nothing of any use on this desk. I got the Jocasta artifact, which triggers the Akira Yamaoka guitar loop. And this is our first unblocked out letter that we find, where this is the big realization that all of the notes we'd been reading so far pertain to Helen Grady. The new patient, Helen Grady, arrived today. I was surprised to see how calm and well behaved she was. After reading her notes, I was worried that she might be something of a handful. The woman's in complete denial and claims no recollection of the incident, which saw her committed. Indeed, she has asked repeatedly to be allowed to see her son. I have agreed with her husband that it is best that the boy be kept away from his mother. While there seems to be little hope for any long-term recovery, I look forward to spending some time with Mrs. Grady. Her condition is most fascinating. Most fascinating. Little reference to Vincent, the way that he feels about the other world. I got a drip stand. Let's just put that in the old pocket. There it is. Dude, why does my internet keep dropping? Sorry for frame drops. I don't even know if it's... Oh yeah, that was probably noticeable. 3,794 frames have been dropped. Sorry, my internet's dipping a little bit. It dropped for me. It's freezing on yours. Definitely try to refresh if it seems like it's having any problems. As said, it's not like I got fully disconnected or anything, but my connection dipped down and I dropped some frames. What were they thinking with this arsenal of weapons you have? I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting from players. Bring me my son. There's a strange depression carved into the door. Looking at it makes my head feel numb. And the Jocasta artifact. The symbol is made of metal, has the word Jocasta etched into its base. Just go ahead and top off health. Katanarama. So this is where we get our flashback to Travis. Of course, it's a exaggerated, distorted flashback, made more nightmarish, but it's supposed to represent a flashback to Travis's past as a child when he snuck into his mother's cell while she was here in the sanitarium, suffering insanity, or hosting a demon, whatever the case may be. Alright, see you later, Stuart. Have a good time.
Lisa? You're here too? Can you see all this stuff? Is it all dark for you too?
It's so sad. They can't do anything for her. She just sits there. She wants her boy so badly.
Who are you talking about? Is the girl inside? Alessa? Is Alessa in there?
No. No! You know who's in there!
We know who's in there, but I'm going to look around at some other stuff first. Why do I feel uneasy when I look at this? Looks like a house. All sorts of scribbled drawings. Crude, childish drawing. Something disturbing about this picture. A crazed-looking mother holding a baby. Who drew this? Looks like a child's drawing. Crayon drawing parts are scribbled out. Can't make this one out. This drawing looks strange. Something unsettling. What's up, John Taylor? What is it? A monster? A child? This is Helen's depiction of Travis. So, I mean, the whole idea, the whole reason that Helen Grady was sent to this sanitarium in the first place is that apparently she was trying to kill Travis, saying that Travis was a demon. And essentially that's one of the endings of the game, what's considered the bad ending of the game, where you get that ending by killing, I forget how many enemies. It's a lot of enemies. If you kill most of the enemies throughout the game, you'll likely get the bad ending, where it's revealed that you were the butcher the whole time. You were a demon. Hey, Max.
Mama? Daddy said you were dead. Are you dead?
I'm not dead. Locked away. Out of sight, out of mind, not dead. I asked them to bring my boy to me.
Mama.
Come here, boy.
Let Mama take a look at you.
What is that? That's Helen Grady. That's your mom. That's Travis's mom. Probably not your mom. Your mom might be a nice lady. But that's Travis's mom. She's in like a dress form mummy bell shape with spikes that shoots out. Obviously very symbolic for an abusive parent who tries to murder her child, thinking that he's a demon. And just like the first boss, the lying figure, it leaves behind a halo of the sun and another piece of the Flauros. For reasons.
This is just like before. What's happening here? That thing, it couldn't have been. Are you making this happen? Are you doing this?
Alessa can only speak in sirens.
Wait. No. Don't go.
It's just how she
I
communicates.
need to know.
Sirens must be an annoying language to translate. Okay. So that happened. And on your way out of the sanitarium, there's a theater ticket. There's a ticket to the movies. The Artaud Theater. Picking this thing up on your way out is literally your entire motivation for this is where to go next. Again, do you see how, like, disjointed this game is? It doesn't give you any sort of context, any sort of motivation as a player or as Travis of, like, here's why to be invested in this character, and here's why you want to go and check this out or do this. It's like, in Silent Hill 1, you're trying to find what happened to Cheryl. You're motivated to go back to the alleyway that you saw in your nightmare to see what changed. Maybe there's a clue. Like, you have a direction to go, and it fits both for player motivation and for character motivation. In this, it's like they didn't know how to tie these places together. It's like they thought of the game first before they had anything written down, and they were just like, what are some areas that we can model and start putting together locations? Just give me, like, imagine someone with no idea of where to start with a video game, and they're like, all right, Konami is dumping this project on us. We've got to start all over because Climax LA is a bunch of idiots who don't know what they're doing. Give me 5 locations. 5 locations in Silent Hill that don't seem like rehashes. Go. And then instead of finding out a way to work out a story to take you from one to the next, it's just like, oh, you're done with Alchemilla? Well, now you've got to go to the sanitarium. Well, why would you want to go there? Lisa says it once. Okay. Well, you're done with the sanitarium. Where are you going to go next? The theater. Well, how are we going to make the jump from sanitarium to theater? Well, on your way out, you pick up a ticket. Okay. It's all we need. It's all. And it's just so... It's so... It's just... There was not enough effort in the right places. I understand, though. I know it must have been a really tough situation to be on the receiving end of, like, hey, this other studio fucked up super bad. You have half of their deadline time and half of their budget to take what they couldn't get right and make it right. Like, I don't think anybody would want to be on the receiving end of that project, and given that context of this game's development, honestly, this game could have been much worse. It really could have. Like, this game's still pretty bad in my opinion, but it could have been much worse. I actually picked up... Okay, good. I was like, there's been so many times where I've run all the way back and did not pick this key up. The lumberyard key. Heavy iron key reads lumberyard. Yep. Very descriptive. Let's go there. Oh. This area is a little different. There's more blood here now. And handprints in the blood. And a nurse's hat. Someone has written on the cap, "Help me. Help me." I don't know what that's supposed to represent. Lisa crying for help? She's just annoyed later when you show up to help, so... I don't know. Alessa's cry for help? She's been gutted and split open. Oh, that butcher. Butcher Pete. He's a hacking and whacking and smacking. Hack, whack, chopping that meat. That's to imply the town is alive. The town is not necessarily alive, but it has a very significant spiritual presence around it that occasionally seems to act on a will of its own. Long before people even settled in Silent Hill, the Native Americans worshipped spirits that they thought inhabited the trees, the rocks, the water. everything kind of surrounding the area has a spiritual presence to it. And that spiritual presence is tainted by the twisted beliefs of the cult. Someone has written on the newspaper, "Why are you helping her, Travis? Did you see that nurse?" The fog is actually radiation. Hey, Roxy, thank you for the host. Hey, Silent Hill Tavern. Finally, my quest is at its end. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'll buy you a pint. Just... Ah. All right. There's a church up this way and a blood streak to inform you of where to go. But I'm gonna go look over here. So I know there's a couple more supplies and things to pick up. Try not to take damage from these things especially. Nope. Origins is the only one you didn't play. You're not missing out on anything, really. Not too much. It's not like a Canon entry where you're missing out on major plot points or anything. Ah, god dang it. The camera angle kept switching my controls around. Oh well. Let's just kill this guy. Katana-rama. Oh, it immediately broke after one swing. Yeah. Clip into that cop car. That's your fate. Oh, right in the dick. Well, there goes my katana. There we go. Drip stand. Alright, those roads are blocked off. Gone through that way, the church is up that way, the theater's over there. Church and cemetery here. There's some gigantic headstones. peculiar weapon choice. What are you talking about? If you're ever stranded in a spooky town full of manifested demons and creatures of nightmare, your best bet is to beat them to death with an IV drip. Or a toaster. Or a screwdriver. Or really whatever you find. Picking up all this ammo for a gun that I didn't bother picking up. Table lamp because I love lamp. Voting on an end for this one too. Nope. Nope. It's just going to be the ending that we get for the playthrough. Which is probably going to be the good ending. Because I usually don't go out of my way to kill enough enemies to get the bad ending. And I'm not going to... This isn't New Game Plus, so I'm not going to get the UFO ending. Trevor. Why does everyone call him Trevor? Travis. Someone... Go home, Travis. Someone has written on the napkin. Someone made a hole. Go home, Travis. It's their version of... There was a hole here, it's gone now. Combined with, you might be going to a different place than Mary James. Travis, I'm sorry. A monster. Someone has mutilated it. The blood is all over the room. Early concept art for Silent Hill 2 showed nurses attached to IV stands. Yeah, I've seen that. Alright. Okay, so the note was talking about a literal hole in the ground that somebody made. The floor is broken up here. Looks like I can drop through to the lower level. Jump down. Of course. What kind of Silent Hill game would this be if I wasn't jumping into a hole? Push the button. Elevator doesn't come. The mailbox for apartment 213 is overflowing. Looks like the mail hasn't been collected for weeks. It's a good thing they put that 213 in a color so that it kind of pops out to you. 213 will be a solution for like a short puzzle later. Quote unquote puzzle. Yeah, there's only 2 endings and a UFO ending with this one. Most people just get the good ending, or standard ending, I guess. Because again, the bad ending you need to kill... You need to go out of your way to kill, like most enemies. And for the UFO ending, it has to be New Game Plus. You have to pick up a key and use it on a specific door in the hotel area at the end. Small slot here for tickets. Having Bloodborne flashbacks with the drip stand? Oh my god. Yes. Those bag heads with the drip stand before Lady Maria. Better than having no Silent Hill games at all. I don't know. Sure, you're right. Because even if I don't like them, other people do, and that's better than them just straight up not existing. But it's a shame that there was such a particular nosedive in quality of these games as the series went on. I think people are too critical. I think some people are not critical enough. So we can still be friends and disagree. I'm very passionate about these games. They mean a lot to me. So, yes, I am more critical than a typical fan or casual player. Absolutely. Why am I running around with hospital equipment? Because it's the best thing for beating horrible monsters to death with. The Tempest. Some more reference to another William Shakespeare writing. Although this game does not have any Shakespeare puzzles like Silent Hill 3. Although there is some Shakespeare themes here. So is this the game where it all went wrong? This is the first game that was made by a development team other than Team Silent. And this is kind of where Silent Hill significantly changes from the first 4 games. Folk legends. Take the costume for Caliban. The designer Bill Ortega has taken a native buffalo spirit, fusing it with the stark iconic images seen in the ancient local cult of Valtiel. His set design for its dark, cavernous cave was inspired by Owl Cave, a local historical, so on and so forth. So, ancient local cult of Valtiel is just wrong. There's no cult of Valtiel. Valtiel is one of the deities that the cult itself worships, but there's not a specific cult around him. He's not even a greater deity. Owl Cave is a reference to Twin Peaks, I believe, there. And then if we take all of the red highlighted words from this note, it's a little bit of a hint for later. Caliban has it in his cave, which is ultimately the goal here, is to get to Caliban's cave. Caliban being the boss of this area, the representative of this buffalo spirit from the Tempest, and the sort of symbolism behind this area. The idea was that Alessa came to this theater and saw this production of the Tempest, and that the costume of the Caliban frightened her. So they're trying to keep in that theme of Silent Hill 1, where the creatures and things are reflections of Alessa's fears and parts of her mind, but they only seem to do it for some things, such as this, whereas in others it's like it's a lying figure because it was in Silent Hill 2. Oh man, here is my one of my least favorite scenes with Lisa.
What are you doing in here, Lisa?
Sorry if I scared you. I thought I was the only one in here.
It's dangerous.
Dangerous? You're kidding. The door was open, so I let myself in. I just love the theater, Travis. I want to be an actress. But Mom was a nurse and her mom was a nurse, so I'm going to be a nurse. I've got what it takes, though. I can't stop thinking about you, Travis. I want you. You're all I think about. Let's get the hell out of this crazy town. Run off. The two of us. We could be so good together. See? I could be a star!
Yeah.
Well, see you around.
Okay, bye. That sure was pointless. I could be a star. Not a big fan of Del Toro, honestly. I can understand if you're not like a fan of him as a director, but I'm a fan of Del Toro for his monster design. He's really good at designing monsters and creatures. If he would have just been in charge of, hey Del Toro, take this concept, take this idea, and make a monster to reflect that. If that was his entire involvement, I think that would be like the way to really get the best out of him in a collaboration with Kojima, if Silent Hills would have happened. And now with Death Stranding, he's not even having that much input in the game itself. He's just playing a character within it, you know? Typewriter. A puppet. Looks like someone's in the middle of repairing it. Oh, yeah. That's right. We get animated puppets as an enemy. Not too bad of an idea, I guess. It's just very cliche. And they didn't really do anything good or original with it.
Beseech you, Father.
Hence, hang not on my garments.
Sir, have pity. I'll be his shorty.
Silence. One word more shall make me chide thee, if not hate thee. What? An advocate for an impossible... Hush. Thou thinkest there is no more such...
You okay, Tony?
Yes. Yes. Fine. Just a headache. A damned nosebleed. You mind if we stop for a moment?
My eyes. I'm sorry, Noir. It is kind of a harsh effect. Peter, good luck getting anything to work. This place was wired by idiots. The safety curtain is on the same circuit as the spotlights. If a light blows, the whole thing fuses and you can't move the safety curtain. Idiots. Safety inspectors would blow a fuse, literally, if they saw this stuff. Wouldn't happen in the city. See you when I get back. Eric. Alright. Don't worry, Eric. We can fix it. I'm just going to collect these iron weights. These John weights. These Tom weights. Alright. Kitchen knife. Service pistol ammo. I still never picked up that service pistol. Oh well. Who needs guns? you to eat out of my attack animation. Don't choke me with your little baby puppet hands. IV too slow. A portable TV. Just put that in the pocket. Nothing useful on the shelves. Files and invoices. Nothing important. Yeah, Castlevania got stuck in a very similar boat as Silent Hill. Although I don't think the overall Castlevania series had it as bad. They had a lot more entries in the Castlevania game series in general, and I'd say a lot more of those games are better in quality overall, like compared to the ones that are really bad. There's some pretty bad Castlevania games too, but I'd say a majority are good to great. Whereas with Silent Hill, it's kind of like right on that halfway mark. Like Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, undoubtedly, unequivocally good games. 4 is kind of up in the air. Pretty much all the rest are kind of up in the air, where it really comes down to your personal opinion, your personal experience with the games. Let's see. Monday, rehearsals, fantastic. New costumes, fantastic. All in all, fantastic. Frank West. Tuesday, strange day. Girl snuck into theater today, playing hooky, no doubt. Took pity. Let her sit and watch the run-through. Very useful feedback. Terrified by Caliban. So this is supposed to be Alessa. Good job, costume department. Seemed to dislike Prospero intensely. Proceedings brought to premature end by poor Tony getting a shocking nosebleed. So the guy playing Prospero, which Alessa did not like, started having a nosebleed and a headache. During Act 1, Scene 2 will continue tomorrow. So it's kind of dumb. It implies that Alessa was inadvertently hurting these people. And I guess the idea is that, similar to the boiler, her psychic abilities would trigger in stressful events, such as even if something like a play frightening her. But the fact that it would be like a direct attack where she dislikes this person and they start being... their nose starts bleeding, their head starts hurting, affected by Alessa's psychic attack. I don't know, it just seems too... more deliberate than anything that Alessa really does. Hey, I finally picked up the service pistol. And some more service pistol ammo. Can I not read that? Okay. A sun totem. Definitely want to bring that. Who likes sexy nurses? Who doesn't? Square stone totem with a sun symbol painted on it. Nice, another katana. God, so many fucking weapons already. Jack says the town is located on old spiritual ground. Hopefully we will be blessed. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Prospero equals shaman. Feathers, smoke, totemic magic. Aerial equals air spirit. Flight, projection. Puppets. Caliban equals buffalo spirit. Skins, Berkoffian performance. On all fours. Poor actor. So I'm going to go ahead and do this just to show this glitch. This is a skip that's used when speedrunning this, and I've normally, like, for story playthroughs and stuff, I don't want to skip anything. You know, I want to try to cover as much of the story as I'm going through it as I can. But this doesn't really skip much. It's just, it skips having to go through a couple other rooms and pick up one other totem. And that's it. But the idea is that you need a sun totem and a moon totem to open up this door here. But you only actually need the sun totem. Once you pick that up and place it, if you leave the hallway and then re-enter, hear that sound? That's the door unlocking, as though it's got both of the totems, both of these things already in it. So even though it's missing the moon totem, the door still unlocks. Do I like Shattered Memories? Somewhat. It's lacking in a lot of really key areas, namely in the writing. But it does have some really interesting mechanics. It's got pretty good atmosphere. It's got a lot of attention to detail, and the fact that all the things that you can examine in the game affect how the game changes, and the little details that you can encounter. All of those aspects of the game I really like. But the writing and the overall story, the idea of doing it as a Silent Hill 1 reimagining is, I don't know, it just screams marketing desperation when they had a lot of really cool concepts and mechanics and ideas, and they were too scared to put an original story to it. More katanas. Since what happened to Tony, I've dreamt about him more and more. The butcher. He looks just like that monster, the executioner. Now I've seen him when I'm awake. He's at my motel. It's him. I swear it. So apparently the guy who does the costume designs at the theater also sees the butcher. And then you get a sound effect of the butcher slicing something. Should I go on to play Silent Hill 4 The Room? Yeah. 4 is definitely worth playing. It's the last of the Team Silent games. Not a lot of the main core members of Team Silent worked on it, though, so, I mean, it shows. Been a Silent Hill fan for a long time, been a horror survival fan for a long time. Me too. Since 1999, when the first Silent Hill game came out, I've been terrified and intrigued by these games. I've been a forum hound since the earliest days of getting a computer and having internet access. Talking on Silent Hill forums with other fans and working out fan theories and people sharing info, and like I've been an official Silent Hill junkie for much of my life. How old am I? I'm 29. I'll be 30 in January. So I mean, I'm quite experienced with this series, much more than any other game series. The only other series that comes close to the amount of time I've sunk into this one is Metal Gear Solid. Played a lot of those games as well. With the exception of 5. As I said, the newer stuff, not so much. $49, think I got you beat? I think I got you beat on sheer playtime, regardless of age. You might have been born before me, but I'm 100% sure I've been playing these games far more times. The last 2.5 years have been establishing this Twitch channel and playing them far more than I did even before then, when I was just a fan. On top of speedrunning, which has made me go through these games even more so. Again, I've got a lot of particularly focused experience on these games in this series. It's not the years, it's the mileage. You can be alive for a long time. It's what you do with that time. As said, you've been gaming before Atari. We had an Atari 2600. You've got some years on me, but I still had a 2600 in my household growing up. I've been gaming my entire life, and as said, you may have had some years on me, but I think I've run the track more times when it comes to these games. 250, 750, 125. I mean, I'm talking no exaggeration, hundreds upon hundreds of times that I've played this stuff, these particular games. Peter, as expected, the spotlights are as screwy as the rest of this place. Finally got them working. My trusty voltmeter saved the day again. Remember, you need all the lights working. Otherwise, the circuit blows. Throwing the circuit breaker gets old fast. Here are my notes. B has to be half the wattage of D. A plus B must not exceed C. Wattage of D must not exceed A. break a leg, Eric. That's just rushing through. It's not spending time detailing. You are woefully uninformed, sir. You're very obviously new to the channel as well. I'm going to drop it because it's a dick measuring contest that doesn't matter in the end anyway. It all comes down to I've had more time to form opinions about video games, which who really cares at the end of the day? You can always start your own Twitch channel and share your own insight on these games with people if you like. All right. Sure you do. First Dino Crisis was nice. Dino Crisis started off pretty good. Then they went to space. They are some interesting games, though. I did another playthrough of Dino Crisis 1 maybe like a year and a half back off stream, because Jubes had never played a Dino Crisis game, so decided to go through the first one. No worries, Binary. I'm glad it works out for you, because I don't have much of a consistency or anything when it comes to scheduling. All right. Do I need to go? I think I need to go Otherworld here. Right. Oh, the animation didn't even line up. Amazing. Publicity office does not open yet. Oops. All right. Let's go ahead and go plug in each of the lights. Oh yeah, here's the moon totem right here. Normally used for opening up that door earlier. But as said, just needed the... Just needed the one. It's fun to see younger... God. Omega, I'm about ready to just time you out. Because I think it's funny to see older people who think because they're older that they've done something more than someone who is younger. I've been... Even just from the standpoint of being a streamer. Are you a streamer? Do you think you play as often as somebody who streams these games to support their income for a living? I don't know what you do for a job, but I'm sure you do that job more than I've done that task, because it's something that you do every day. This is what I do every day. I play Silent Hill. I don't care that you're older. I just don't think you have the experience in these particular games that I do, regardless of the fact that you were born first. I've been putting a lot of work into these games for the better half of my life. I know, I'm smelling troll as well, and I shouldn't really let this bother me as much as it is. A large theater spotlight. Label on it says A. It's missing a bulb. So we got A, B, C, and D. So let's work out this puzzle before I just start throwing in light bulbs. We got a note that gave us a hint. Technician's warning. That's the one where he called them idiots. Production notes. Nah. I know I picked up that note where it was like A plus B. Wiring notes. Yeah, there we go. B has to be half the wattage of D. A plus B must not exceed C. Wattage of D must not exceed A. Break a leg. Eric. So B, A, B, C, and D, we have to work out. This is A through D working this way. B is half the wattage of D. So let's take a look. We've got 500 and 250. So 250 is half of 500. 125 is half of 250. So it's going to either be these two or these two, and you can kind of work it out bit by bit. So starting with that, let's assume B half the wattage of D. So we'll say D is 250. And B is 125. Next. A and B must not exceed C. Wattage of D must not exceed A. So A and B must not exceed C. $125 is in there. So that would put this at $625. and it would not be exceeding $750. So place this here. And place this here. So now the curtain on the stage is up. Should have just kept the light off. Again. I'm like trying not to leave it in complete darkness. Fucking puppets. Oh, I need to actually go to the stage first and grab a key that we can get now. Right, curtain's powered. And that kind of moves on to the next puzzle here. Of course, it's a large mirror. And you can go back and forth into a few different variations on mirror worlds here, based on the sets. You just have to have the matching scenery and prop. And one of the prop levers is missing. So, boom. Get a sound signifying that we can use that mirror. So this right here, I think, is probably my favorite use of the mirror mechanic, rather than having it just be a simple way of getting around obstacles and kind of forcing you to double backtrack areas. I like the idea that it's involved with something else, like matching up the stage set and the prop that goes along with it in order to affect how you can go through the mirror. If more of the uses of it had been kind of laid out that way, I think it would have been a really interesting mechanic.
Be not afeard. The isle is full of noises, sounds and sweet airs that give the life heard not. Sometimes 1,000 clangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that, if I then had waked after long sleep, will make me sleep again. Then, dreaming, clouds methought would open and show riches, ready to drop among me. Then, when I waked, I cried to dream again.
So there was a door back this way that we now have the key to. The stage office. The fact that you dealt with normal size mirrors earlier compared to the giant one. Yeah. Even just having that, it's not like a huge variance thing, but just from a stylistic standpoint. Oh wow, what was that grab? Again. Oh god, there's like 3 of them. That's okay. Get out of here, puppet. Oh, it wouldn't let me stomp you. Come on. Paper and books. Jesus. All right. One room of mannequins in Silent Hill 3 started this whole mess. I mean, you also had like the mannequin leg enemies in Silent Hill 2. Although at the very least that was an abstract take on the mannequin theme. It wasn't just plain mannequins. It was strange, 2 sets of legs connected to make a really creepy overall design. But these are just puppets. They're just evil animated puppets without a whole lot to it. How far in is this? Oh, 3 hours? I've been live for 4 hours. We're getting there. This is like the 3rd major area. So, a little more than halfway. Yeah, and then we get Scarlet and Homecoming. Homecoming will be what I do tomorrow night. Again, I'm just going through all these games again in release order. No, Andy, it's not. Like, it is to a much lesser degree. Yes, this was originally a PSP game. And it got ported to the PS2. And this is the PS2 version. It's emulated with a few additional settings to improve quality. Can't even tell what that enemy looks like. It's a big crab-walking buffalo spirit. It's supposed to resemble the description that they've been giving for this character from The Tempest, the Caliban, that is influenced by this particular buffalo spirit. But it just, as said, doesn't look enough like anything. I mean, it's an interesting design. It's not the worst. Alright. Once again, defeat a boss. We get another piece of the Flauros, the falsehood piece.
You need these, don't you?
Not again.
And once again, the way for motivation for your character and for you as a player, the game just kind of gives you an item to be like, here's where you go next. Motel key.
Riverside Motel. I think I've been there before.
See, at the very least, they put this. They have this. It's short. It's almost nothing. But it's still something to Travis. It's not just pick up the item and be expected to go there. At least it hints towards part of Travis's backstory of like, hey, I remember that place. This is relevant. Yo, what's up, Specialist? Yes, Specialist. Origins was originally for PSP, and then was ported to PlayStation 2. What's the story behind this game, and are there any deep symbolism behind anything? That's what I spent the last 4 hours playing this game and talking about, if you want to catch up on the VOD zombie. When is the I just got here, can you sum everything up meme going to die? Can anyone give me a legit answer? I just want to know when I can stop feeling annoyed. Managed to emulate all Silent Hills and they look fantastic. Thanks again for sharing. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. Stuff in my head is bad enough. I don't need any of these. Oh, don't need these horror books. My head is horrible enough. XX Travis Grady. XX Blood Demon. Andy, everything is fine. Sold lots of books. Have locked your keys in the cash register. The combination is your Greenfield apartment number. Hope you enjoyed your vacation. Dharma. So it's a good thing they highlighted the apartment number when you examined it earlier. It was apartment 213. Got the bookstore remastered on PS3? No. This game has not been remastered or anything for anything. It's just the PS2 version and it's just the PSP version and the port to PS2. HD Collection does not have this game on it. HD Collection is only Silent Hill 2 and 3. Whoa. Trying to reload that breaks the icon. I forgot that that was a glitch in this version. Usually I go through the PSP version when speedrunning, even when I was doing story playthroughs, since I had my component out cables and everything for my PSP 2000, but since I can't capture from anything except for HDMI right now, I wasn't able to capture to do my physical copy of this on PSP or on PS2. But at the same time, I got to mess around with the PS2 emulation, which is what I'm using to stream this, and fix a few things like the low brightness in the default PS2 version. The graphics look like really different between PSP and PS2, like when you compare them, especially the characters' like faces. A lot of the character models and face models look really different when you compare them side by side. Just picking up some bullets in the grocery store. You know, America. Let's go ahead and use this service pistol. I've been picking up a bunch of ammo for it. Might as well use it. Toolbox, screwdriver, more things to stab and bash with. Someone's written on the receipt. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes the butcher to chop off your head. Reference to a children's rhyme. Is Downpour a good game? Type exclamation point Downpour and find out. Is that a fucking AK? It is. And we picked it up in a bookstore on a cardboard cutout of like a soldier. So it's supposed to be like... I mean, it's a fully automatic assault rifle. They don't specifically call it an AK, I guess. On PS2, no. My capture card does not work with component inputs anymore. Only HDMI, so I wasn't able to capture PS2 or PSP directly from my consoles. So I'm doing this through emulation. This is actually my first time emulating the PS2 version of this game as well. And I gotta say, with the adjusted brightness and some of the anti-aliasing after, like, touch-ups, it's not too bad looking. It cleans up well. Alright. Stop being such a penis head cow. Oh, I didn't mean to use both. Want a capture card on your PS3? You can get one. You can get a capture card and hook a PS3 up to it. You might also need a, I'd recommend getting an HDMI splitter for getting around HDCP settings. But as long as you've got that, you're usually pretty good to go. What's up, Umbreon? Go the hotel. We're actually nearing the end of the game already. As said, this one's much shorter. There's a lot less to go over. There's less to talk about in general because there's so many things that are just kind of nonsensical or otherwise irrelevant. Again, we're here only because we found a key for this place. Travis had a slight memory of it. As far as plot points go, everything up to this point has just been Travis finding, like, remembering about his mother being in Cedar Grove Sanitarium and what she was there for. She tried to attack him and kill him when he was a child, thinking that he was a demon. She claimed she could walk through mirrors while she was being kept in the sanitarium. Travis discovers the Jocasta artifact, has a boss fight with, I guess, the representation of his mother. And now we find out a little more about what happened with his father. This game is legit non-canon to anyone. Room 500. Name, Mr. R. Grady. Other occupants, son. Reason for visit, business/pleasure. Check-in date, blanked. So, Travis and his dad stayed here at some point. We just need to find more info as to what was going on. We're at the Riverside Motel. $30 peak per night, off peak per night, $20. $2 for ice. Highway robbery. Do Silent Hill games have a connected story? Silent Hill 3 is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. They're all the overall same story. At least the story of 1 and 3 are the same story. 2 has a very standalone story. 4 has a very standalone story. Everything after 4 is non-canon. This one tries to force its way into the story of Silent Hill 1, but it doesn't fit. Homecoming tries to be mostly standalone, but again, it's non-canon. Shattered Memories is alternate universe and non-canon. And Downpour is much like Homecoming. It kind of does its own thing and is, again, non-canon. Some old flyers, a desk fan. Looks like it hasn't been used in a while. Yeah, there's loose references between the games, but not like hard plot points, continuations of the same overall story. Got room 306. No, I have not played Resident Evil 7 Umbreon. I'll be doing that in October. Rotary calendar here. Take a look. So we need to find a date to plug into this. Yep, I've seen the movies. I've already got a command for it there. Someone's already done it. Bubble Creek, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciated. These story playthroughs are my favorites. Thanks for putting out such reliably quality content. Thank you, Bubble. I'm glad you enjoy it. And thank you again so much for the support. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I've heard from a lot of people that Resident Evil 7 is a pretty good title. And I'm not as huge of a fan of the overall Resident Evil games the way that I am with Silent Hill, so I'm like, I'm not nearly as harsh of a critic when it comes to Resident Evil the way that I am with Silent Hill. Like, that's the only real reason I'm such a harsh critic on so many of the Silent Hill games, is because the first several Silent Hill games are some of my absolute favorite games. They literally were life-changing for me in many ways. The fact that I'm sitting here playing this for your entertainment and have been doing this for the last 2.5 years, I'd say is fairly life-changing as well. But even long before this, when I was like a teenager playing these games, they helped me through some difficult times. They helped me connect and meet some people who are some of the most important people in my life now. Like, so much has revolved around this series. It's always been something much more than just a couple of video games for me, the way that it is for a lot of people. You know, some people will say that I'm too critical of these games, but as I said, they mean a lot to me, and that's why I'm so critical of them. Origins is pretty straightforward as a game. It pretty much explains itself while you play. There's definitely a few things that still are left ambiguous. Again, the whole mirror mechanic, like, is definitely not as self-explanatory. How, why, what. I mean, all the crazy shit that Walter can do in Silent Hill 4 gets at least somewhat of an explanation even if it's very abstract. The Silent Hill games would usually try to give you at least like a little bit of something to kind of be like, well, it's this Indian spiritual area that, you know, affects reality and things around the area that Silent Hill was founded on. And they try to establish a history, but the actual rules are always kind of unclear. Whereas this, it just kind of throws things in. back. Yeah. Does Alessa even really have a purpose in this, or is she just here because it's Silent Hill? She's here because this game's marketing determined that they thought it would sell better if it was tied into the series, so they wrote it as a Silent Hill 1 prequel. But, like, Travis's story being involved with Alessa's story doesn't, like, match up. And as said, they try to give it purpose. They try to give it significance, but none of it lines up with Silent Hill 1. That's the whole problem. Is it's trying to be a prequel to a game, and it feels like it was written by somebody who didn't really play Silent Hill 1 that much. So, like, yeah, she's here, and they're trying to, like, explain things. They're trying to give more information, but the problem is the information the game tries to give you contradicts what you already know about Silent Hill 1 and about Alessa, like, so it just kind of winds up not really counting towards anything. As said, this game can't be considered canonical. To my beloved wife, I miss you so intensely. Watching them take you away was like a dagger through my heart. It had to be done, but now I am so alone. At the doctor's advice, I told Travis you were dead. Maybe it would be better if you were. Helen, will you ever come back to me? Yours forever, Richard. More strange drawings. Some of them are scratched into the walls, others look like they're painted. I think these are actually like enemy concept artwork. Someone really flipped out in here. The walls and ceiling are covered in writing and drawings. Hope the management took deposit on this room. It's believed a being of tremendous mental energy may become a vessel capable of giving birth to Samael, the god worshipped by this cult. Samael's arrival will bring forth paradise on earth. Something has been added in the margin. Given that this vessel is to be molded with suffering and pain, just what kind of god and what kind of paradise would result? So here again is a note where they're trying to work in these elements of Silent Hill, but let's kind of like break this down and compare it to what it's referencing and how accurate it is. So it's believed a being of tremendous mental energy may become a vessel capable of giving birth to Samael. So this is in reference to Alessa's role in the ritual. So Alessa must have tremendous mental energy, considering she has psychic abilities. I'd say that's fair. That's established with Silent Hill 1. We're good so far. Capable of giving birth to Samael. Now hold it. The final boss of Silent Hill 1 is referred to in any official name as the Incubus, and Alessa herself is referred to as the Incubator. Now, whether this particular god at the end of Silent Hill 1 actually is Samael is a bit of a gray area. If we give it even the benefit of the doubt and say, that's fine, that's what Dahlia mentions, so it must be accurate enough. All right. Again, it's a bit of a gray area. There's nothing 100% confirmed there, but that's gray area. It's debatable, and it's fine. The god worshipped by this cult, one of them, but not the only one. Samael's arrival will bring forth paradise on earth. That was, again, it depends on the text that you actually read. And keep in mind that each of these gods that the cult essentially believes in, and each has its own ritual, its own beliefs, and its own ideas of what it will do when it is brought about, or essentially born. Bringing forth paradise on earth was more Silent Hill 3's thing, with that god, not necessarily the Incubus in Silent Hill 1. Something has been added in the margin. Given that this vessel is to be molded with suffering and pain, just what kind of god and what kind of paradise would result? Again, this is a reference to Silent Hill 3. It's a bit of a misnomer to take that information and try to apply it to the gods and situation of Silent Hill 1. The vessel is to be molded with suffering and pain. That's the case in Silent Hill 3 because the ritual wasn't directly performed on Heather. For the god to grow inside of Heather, Heather had to be subjected to suffering and pain as a replacement for Heather never having undergone or been part of a ritual herself. Alessa in Silent Hill 1 did not need to be molded with suffering and pain. She didn't have to be subjected to suffering and pain in order for the god to be born. That part, that ritual, just by completing it, is essentially what births the god. All you have to do is have Alessa there. She has to have the tremendous mental energy. So, again, this is somebody who had a general idea of Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3's story, but they weren't informed enough to separate this distinction between the ritual in Silent Hill 1 and how that god comes about being born, and the lack of ritual in Silent Hill 3 and what needs to be done for that god to grow. There's a heavy-duty vise attached to the bench. Make use of that later. Juana, one of the laundry machines is busted again. The weird guy in Cleopatra was shouting at me. Wanted me to go fix it, but I couldn't leave the reception. Anyhow, after getting all red in the face, the fella just ran off. Hasn't been back since. Up and drove off. Could you take a look at the machine when you get a minute? Stick a token in it and do the reset thing. Low spin, 60 wash, drain, pre-rinse. Put anything you find inside the lost and found. Thanks, Ed. Twin Peaks is amazing. I just watched the newest episode before I started the stream, too. Oh. Huh. There's a graphical glitch here. You can see little shards on the vise of the jeweled heart, even though we haven't brought it here to break it yet. I don't remember that being there in the PSP version. I wonder if that's like an emulator thing, because I don't recall that on the console PS2 version either.
Helen, every time I look in his eyes, I see you. It's not enough. I can't be there for him. There's too much pain in this world without you. That thing that stole your body, it had the right idea.
All right. Another little flashback there. Bit of a sequence with Travis's father. And important note is that 12 circled on the calendar. Keep that day in mind. Since there was a Rolodex calendar that we could interact with in the main office, we need to put together a date. We don't know what date yet, what significance it'll have. But that 12 circled on the calendar is our first part of it. This is another puzzle that's not, that I don't think is too bad. And at the very least, they're trying to make it something relevant. Oh, Lisa's jacket. And if you listen closely there, you can hear Lisa giggling. Whoops. I'm not even... Broken pole. Yep, peeking through holes. Silent Hill 4 all over again. Oh, hey look, there's the butcher. Just standing there hanging out. Maybe they're trying to go for the same kind of like Silent Hill 2 Pyramid Head introduction. Problem is, like, Butcher's already been introduced. We've seen him just... His introduction was just splitting a nurse in half and walking off. If he had maybe been introduced like this... But even then, it's like, oh... Recurring big boss enemy just standing there glowing red. how much more directly can we copy Silent Hill 2? Like, I get it. I love Silent Hill 2. It's my favorite game, but try to improve on that. If you're a game developer and you're making an entry in a series, you should be looking at the past games and going, how can I take this that was great and improve on it and make it more original? And instead, it's just... It's the mentality that's completely backwards, where you're making a sequel to something and you're like, well, this game is so iconic, so we need to treat it like a formula. So it's like, let's look at this game. This game did really well and it had this type of monster, so we're going to have this same type of monster in our game. It had this type of storytelling with, the character's got amnesia, so things are revealed to him and the player simultaneously. So let's do that again. And it just winds up being all these same little pieces. And unfortunately, it just lacks enough creativity to do enough with that. It's not enough on its own to try to fit those pieces in. It worked for Silent Hill 2 because it was expertly written and incredibly well told. But just kind of dropping those pieces into place doesn't guarantee that something will be as successful or emotionally impactful. Hey, Mr. Perfect. Butcher's a big guy with a cleaver trying to be Pyramid Head without being able to be him due to lack of any connection with the main character, whatever his name is, Travis Grady. Oh, I actually finally ran out of those bullets. Well, see you later. Office key. That's where we're headed. But yeah, the Butcher, they don't make enough of a significance between what the Butcher is supposed to represent and how that's supposed to affect Travis, why we're supposed to care. With Pyramid Head, it is hinted at early on what Pyramid Head's significance is to James, and it is all but confirmed blatantly in the final battle where you have the two Pyramid Heads, James saying he doesn't need them anymore. Like, the idea that they are representations of his guilt is kind of loud and clear, that they are significant to him. They represent something to him. Whereas the Butcher, they don't make that significance clear. He's just there because somebody looking at the sheer surface level of Silent Hill 2 was like, Silent Hill 2 had this big bad monster who's recurring, so we need to have a big bad monster who's recurring, without understanding any of the how or why this big bad monster was so important to the story and so significant in its symbolism. Oh yeah, Shovel Knight. Jesus, that shovel broke fast. Hey, Panda. Stuffed animals, this kind of thing Makes me feel bad. Oh. He's an animal lover. Christ alive. One of the cleaners called me over, said there was something wrong with room 500. Hey, that's the room that Travis and his dad stayed in. Door was open. Inside, sweet Jesus. Stench made me puke. The kid, man. The kid. Travis himself. Just stood there. They said he'd been there for 10 hours. I ended up crying my eyes out. Shit like this shouldn't happen. The police have got the room locked up for now. I'm going home. So Travis was there. Something awful happened in room 500. And Travis was just standing there for 10 hours. It was enough to make this maintenance man cry his eyes out all day. If only we had some typewriter, some sort of typewriter to smash enemies with. Yeah, we can do that. There we go. We can write that new novel we've been meaning to work on. Or we'll get QTE'd and the typewriter's just gone now forever. Oh, bad time to fat finger a button. Got puke in my mouth. What's up with the weapons in this game? You mean these two fists? I don't know. They just decided to put a lot of variety. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a little overboard, especially since it's not like... It's not really well thought out. This is the exact opposite of like Silent Hill 4's inventory system, where like Silent Hill 4's inventory system is... It doesn't seem like it was well thought out. It was just kind of tacked on at the last second. But it's the opposite, where it seems like they were just like, oh, let's limit the inventory without actually taking into account like how things would work with that. The way that bullets would stack and be used and auto stack and health drinks won't stack at all and all of those other little things that seem like it was just kind of tacked on for limited inventory. With this, it's the opposite, where it's you've got unlimited inventory and you're just overwhelmed with weapons. There's so many things that you can pick up and use with a weapon, or use as a weapon, but none of it is drastic enough and the combat is simple enough that you're never like trying to make use of that. You're never like, oh, let me try to go around and collect. Like, imagine if there was an enemy that has these little boils that fill up on its skin. And you can use, like, stabbing sharp weapons to pop those. And it does more damage to that kind of enemy. But then there's another enemy that has, like, little tough metal plate type armors, more like armadillo skin, and using blunt bashing type weapons to kind of break through that and make a weak point through the skin, the armored skin. You would kind of approach things as like, oh man, this area right here has got a lot of screwdrivers. Screwdrivers are really great for fighting these monsters with the boils. So I'm going to hang on to my screwdrivers and keep these for when I encounter this type of enemy. And, you know, I'm going to try to collect a whole bunch of bats, because bats are really good against these armored enemies. And you'd have, like, different scenarios and situations where you can strategically decide what weapons you're going to use, and then on top of that, you factor in durability of how many hits is it going to take for this type of weapon to break, and what monsters it'll be efficient against, and if you're using a weapon that's not efficient against a monster, it'll break faster, that kind of thing. You can layer it. You can make it, you can make it like a really complex, fun, interesting combat system if you take the time to actually give everything a purpose, rather than just being, hey, here's a whole big list of things that we can model and use as weapons. Yeah, sure, just make them all. Well, what if the player decides to pick up everything? Well, then they're going to have 200 enemies. Or 200 enemies, 200 weapons. And none of them will have any significant advantage or disadvantage over the others. Yeah. Well, I guess this is our big scary butcher man. Oh God, he figured out corners. I really want to beat him with just like throwing things at him. Give him all the lamps. Eh. How many lamps have I got? There's another one. I don't know if that even hit. Oh God, I'm out of lamps. We'll have to start using TVs. Yeah, punch you in your butcher face. Oh yeah, QTEs. This is the first game in the Silent Hill series to decide that QTEs are a cool thing. Again, this is from 2006, 2007, when all games, regardless of genre, kind of wanted to be God of War. Whoa, did you see his animation like froze for a second? DJ Rebirth, thank you for the host. Oh, come on. I could have long since already killed him, but this is fun. I'm having fun with Origins. Just trying to use all my throwable weapons to do this. Nope, there we go. Thought I was out. Hitting him with the weights confused him. He fucking turned around. Aw. That's all my throw weapons. The one poke with the meat gaff. Look how easily Travis just picks this up. He swings it like it's nothing. He also can't just keep it as a weapon in regular New Game. To my absent wife, I know that whatever hell I'm enduring, yours is worse, but damn it, this is so hard. It's like you're dead, but you're not. The Helen I loved is gone, but your body is still here. I've slept alone for the last 2 years. I've become so bitter, so sleazy. I'm no father to Travis. I can't even look at him some days. What is it going to take to bring you back? Yours forever, Richard. Yo, Techie, thank you for the 2 months in a row. Twerk? Travis doesn't have any booty. He's actually negative booty. He owes booty to his creator. There's no twerking in Origins. You can get some really deep power squats, though. I can see something shining at the bottom of the pool. Yes. Give me 5 pool cues. Now I can properly defend myself. I don't want to smoke right now. He doesn't say he doesn't smoke. He just doesn't want to smoke right now. Oh, look. It's a relevant pinball game. It's got a truck on it. And Travis drives trucks for his job. Welcome, Eternal Enigma. And thank you so much for the host. And hello, anybody coming over from Enigma's channel. I'm NubZombie. We're currently wrapping up a Silent Hill Origins story playthrough. We're actually nearing the end of the game. But welcome.
Can I have some money for the pinball?
Yes. About this afternoon.
It's okay. I just want to play the pinball.
Sure. There.
Hey, respect.
I'm going back to the room for a little while. Wait for me here.
Hey, TJ. It's not fair to put a pinball machine in a game without a pinball minigame. The problem is the pinball minigame would wind up being more fun, and you would just spend all of your time doing just that. Like, why would you play any of the rest of Origins if you could play pinball in Origins? I would just play pinball. Alright, got a guide to the symbols. We got the note from the other person who works in the hotel of what order to do these in order to reset this machine, apparently. There would be entire sections of AGDQ dedicated to Silent Hill Origins pinball. I would be fine with that. I'm okay with this. Janitor's note. So, low spin, 60 wash, drain, pre-rinse. Low spin, 60 wash, drain, pre-rinse. So low spin, it's the circle with the dot. 60 degree wash, the bucket with 2 dots. Drain, which is like blurred. It's so blurry on this, it just looks like almost kanji. And pre-rinse, an open circle with a dot. It's still been rainy today, but not so bad. Laundry machine won't open, but I can see something metal inside. Machine is turned off. Here we go. Doing your washing is a puzzle now. Oh, yeah. Is this not how everyone else does their laundry? Is this not how everybody else's dryer works? I hate it when I've got to dry my clothes. I got to do laundry. I'm like late. I'm supposed to be out and my laundry's not done because I can't find my damn symbol sheet to figure out what order to twist the knob. And imagine like living your everyday life and everything is rigged up with like Silent Hill puzzles. Like every time you want to use your car, you have to go find, 5 metal plates with religious symbols on them and read a poem that's like taped to your windshield. And stick these panels into like a box that pops open with your car key. Uncalled for overcooler. Only your mom could solve this puzzle. Oh my god. Toutastic, thank you for the 6 months in a row. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much. You'll get used to it eventually. See, that's how I feel about the Resident Evil 2 police station. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say, Johnny. Is like Resident Evil. Imagine being one of the scientists who works for Umbrella, and you're like, I just want to go use the bathroom, and I lost my damn red jewel. Is that a sickle? It's a meat gaff. Old magazines. Hey, Marcis, thank you for the host. Got a portable TV. I have like a little camping TV, but it's much smaller than the portable TVs in this game. It's more like almost like a pocket size. Cause of death, snake bite. Showing all these various people who've died in this motel. Nothing useful. Essentially, there was an obsessed photographer who was taking pictures of people who stayed here in the motel and died in their rooms, which is why we find that like hidden hallway with all the peepholes into each of the rooms. Oh. Speaking of peepholes, we were looking in through one of these rooms, actually, where we saw Lisa's jacket, and we could hear Lisa's voice, like, laughing and giggling, and we're about to drop down into that room. The bottom of the tub is broken and opens into the room below. Jump down.
Lisa?
Travis.
You have a habit of popping up where you're not wanted, Mr. Grady. Isn't it time you left town?
I can't.
Try harder.
Okay. I will try harder. Should have just gone back to my truck and left. Don't even know why I care about this little girl so much anyway. Probably gonna lose my job when this delivery doesn't get there on time. Such a disjointed scene. Yeah. Kaufman fucking Lisa. Nope. Don't forget the drugs. We got some PTV. Some white powder. I try to stay away from this type of thing. So yeah, here's the implication with Lisa and Kaufman supposedly sleeping together. Even though, again, there's no sort of insinuation of that in Silent Hill 1, like, whatsoever. It was meant to be... It was more implied that Kaufman was a... kind of like a control freak. He wanted to make sure that everything was under his control. Giving the drug to Lisa so that she would form an addiction and rely on him for more of that drug. Was like the more implied, the stronger implication. I hate it when the enemies are just like slightly faster than your weapon swing. Still only got one of those. Nope. Don't need to deal with you. Ragnarok's video about the butcher? No, I'm not. People have mentioned that name before, like, but I've never seen any of that person's videos. White Claudia's cocaine for Silent Hill Origins. I mean, it is described in Silent Hill 1, like PTV, as being a white powder in its refined form. And you see a bag of it in the safe in the shipping building with all the FedEx boxes. So I mean, they're not wrong in its depiction. Thought it was more of a tobacco drug? No. It's described as a hallucinogenic. It's made from the seeds of a plant called White Claudia. And in its refined form is typically seen as a white powder. Next on the Silent Hill list after this, Homecoming will be tomorrow night. Or I guess tonight. Dave boy. You don't want any of this shit, Claudia. Get out of here. There's a ragged hole here that drops down into the room below. And now we're back in... Oops. There we go. I'll definitely take that. Starting to run low on healing. Broken hole in the wall here. So it's that same little hallway where we were able to peek in on each of the rooms. And we've been finding photographs of the various people who died in each of the rooms. Taken by an obsessive photographer, person who worked here in the motel. And now we've got a photo of Travis's father. And the cause of death listed as broken heart. Voice sounds different, more powerful than before. It's a new mic, new mixer, totally new audio setup. And I imagine my voice also sounds like, I can tell my voice is more strained from the last several days. So everything is just all different. To a ghost. There's no pretending now, is there? We both know that thing at Cedar Grove isn't you. You died the day you tried to kill our son. When I brought your gift today, when you smashed it, I finally woke up. I've been dreaming all these years. Kidding myself that you'll be right one day. The Helen I loved is dead. I try to remember how it was all those years ago today when we got married. I can't remember anymore. I'm tired. I know Travis will be fine on his own. He's like 10. He'll be fine. I'm going to see you again, Helen. Yours and forever, Richard. Travis's father. It's actually Travis's father's suicide note. And the fact that his mentality is just like, Travis will be fine. Hey, Bracauto. Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. About to wrap up the stream. Almost done with Silent Hill Origins. This game never really takes too long to go over, just because it's not a particularly long game anyway. And there's just not as much to analyze. Especially once you start running into inconsistencies with this game and the plot of Silent Hill 1. Like, it loses a lot of its relevance. Smashed open the jeweled heart. There's something inside. Got the wedding ring. I think the ring is something engraved on its inside. The wedding ring has a message engraved on its band. It reads, "To my June bride, love forever, Richard." So, we were piecing together a date. We saw the number 12 circled on the calendar during that flashback scene with Travis's father. We broke open the gift that he was mentioning in that note that he had taken to Helen, the jeweled heart, which had their wedding ring in it. And we know that they were married in June. So what we're putting together here is their wedding day. The date that we need. So we've got June, we've got 12th, and we've got the year. We've had it this whole time. The lucky quarter. It has something scratched into it. Looks like 61. So June 12th, 1961. We have our date. We have its significance. Holy crap, that did a lot of damage. Whatever, use the amp. Hey, G. Crossy. Big problem with this game is the control over the other world. I agree, Blackout. And I actually, let's talk about that for a little bit. We're coming up on the end of the game, and I actually I talked about the mirror mechanic early on, but I didn't really talk about that aspect of it. The fact that the only time you really go back and forth between the other world is when you use a mirror. This is also, kind of a misstep, because it puts you in control of when you're going to be in the nightmare, when you're going to be in the other world, and when you're not going to be. And giving the player that kind of control takes away a lot of the suspense of what's going to happen next in a Silent Hill game. Because, with Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, you never really know when that transition's going to happen. Sometimes you just go through a door and it's like, oh shit, something's happening, and then it's the other world. Sometimes, yeah, you solve a puzzle or whatever, you go through a door and then things start changing, and you kind of have this building anticipation of when are things going to start turning for the worse. Whereas in this game, you always know when it's going to happen. Exactly, because you're in control of it, totally. And it removes that fear aspect from it. With the date set, a secret compartment opens in the calendar. There's an empty circular depression. Use the wedding ring. Something dropped down on the keyboard behind me. The key to room 500. Kind of like that he can do that because his mother used to do that. If they would have given some slight more expansion on that, like if they really would have gone into that, they've had this whole game to flesh out Travis's story, and they barely even touch on it. A lot of it seems like it's kind of afterthought, along with let's scramble together some stuff related to Alessa. Like, if they would have just... If this wouldn't have been called Silent Hill Origins, if they would have called this something else... Silent Hill... I don't know. Silent Hill Trucker Time. starring Travis Grady. If this would have just been about Travis, if they would have removed all of the Alessa stuff, maybe make it a very small tie-in. Like, just a side referential thing. Like, oh, well, this whole Alessa cult thing is going on. But don't make that the main focus. Instead, if they would have focused on Travis, been able to give you time to actually enjoy the character, write out Travis's character a bit more, and flesh out who his parents were and how everything was affected that way and how it tied into, you know, the rest of Travis's life, and give everything a little bit more significance to it. Would have been an awesome game to go full-on self-parody. I've had it all with these god-dang monsters. I mean, that's not far off from what we wound up with. Wily, goofy trucker with a funny accent punches his way through a Silent Hill adventure. Again, yeah, it's not far from what we wound up with. We don't really get to know enough about Travis outside of, like, these things. It feels like half written. You know what I'm saying? They had a basic outline for what they wanted to do, but they didn't spend enough time, or didn't have enough time, because of the way this game's development was such a crazy thing, but they didn't have enough time to really flesh it all out. Right. Yeah. Who's ready to watch Travis's father commit suicide in front of him in a symbolic way?
I won the game. I still got a quarter left.
This is the kind of thing that could be a really emotionally powerful scene. Like James realizing that he was the one who killed Mary.
I'm not sleeping, son.
Let's see how Origins handles this.
I wasn't sleeping. Why did you stand there for so long? It wasn't right.
Please, Daddy.
It wasn't healthy, son.
Daddy, this is insane.
Time you faced up to what happened. Your mother and I will see you in heaven, son.
Yep. That's it. He just talks to him. He just hangs there in the noose and talks to him. Why did you stand there for so long? It wasn't right. That boy ain't right. And then he turns into a Binding of Isaac monster. He mentions that he wins pinball or whatever. Does that mean he's super godlike at pinball? He's a pinball wizard. Always felt like the whole room just does damage to you forever. I mean, this to me, I always call it the Binding of Isaac boss. That's how this fight feels to me. Both in its appearance, it shoots a big blood beam out of its mouth in like 3 cardinal directions. Then it has the tentacles that go out and grab you. Like, I can just picture this completely being a boss that you fight in Binding of Isaac, where it like shoots the blood beams and sends out the tentacles to grab you. And you just shoot it and it dies. That sure was an emotionally heart-wrenching scene of Travis remembering his father's suicide, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
How is this even possible? Dad, how could he do that to himself? Why won't you let me forget? Why are you doing this to me? Come out! Come out! I've got your thing for you.
Best line in a Silent Hill game ever.
Happy?
I got your thing for you.
When do we get to look inside your sick little mind? This isn't right.
It's really not relevant either to the psychological state of the main character. We know it's his father, but it's not like Angela's father in Silent Hill 2. Yeah, as said, the little bits and hints we get at Travis and his relationship with his family, and it's all woefully underplayed. You know, it very well could have been something very emotional. It could have been really well written out. The same way that a lot of the characters' issues seem to resonate with so many people in, say, Silent Hill 2. A lot of people see the character of Angela, people who have suffered that kind of abuse in real life, and they see the character and they can kind of relate, and it makes those scenes with Angela that much more powerful. People who have felt suicidal can see that in Angela as well, or even in James. People who felt bullied and angry and who just wanted revenge and who wanted to lash out at the people who bully them, and especially for like things like body image. You can kind of see things in Eddie where, despite how he handles things, he goes completely insane, murders people. These characters still have these elements to them that people can look at in a realistic light and feel something resonant to it. You know, it's not steeped in reality, but there are enough real human elements applied to these characters and their stories and situations that there's emotional impact. And we're talking about Travis, who was abandoned at like 10 years old by his father, who committed suicide over the depression of his wife going insane. There's so many things there. There's so many things there that you can make genuine, you know, uncomfortable but emotionally provocative writing around. and yet it's just not written that way. It's not played up that way. And again, when you consider that this project originally started by a studio that was kind of taking it in an even further direction than this, with Climax LA having action-oriented, over-the-shoulder camera and a black comedy plot line based loosely on the TV show Scrubs. And again, this is not me talking out of my ass. This is an interview with Sam Barlow, the guy who produced this game for Climax UK after the project fell apart with Climax LA, and it got sent to the Climax studios in UK, and it got dumped on Sam Barlow's lap. This is what Sam Barlow said in an interview afterwards, where he was like, this was the state of the project that I got. We had a dark comedy, over-the-shoulder action camera that was barely functional, no real plot outline, no real story outline, and loosely based on Scrubs. And they had basically nothing they could use. They had to completely start over on this project and still finish it within Konami's deadline, with the remainder of Climax LA's budget. As much shit as I give Origins, when you know all of the history of the development, I think they did the best with what they had. I wish they would have just been given more time. This is the kind of game where if they would have been given another year, maybe not even a full year, to really polish this game out, to have some extra time and kind of write things a few more times, run it through a few more drafts, make things connect a little bit better, flesh a few parts out, this could have been a really solid Silent Hill entry. But there are just so many things that fell flat and felt rushed and just didn't fit storyline-wise and theme-wise. Rather see devs try something crazy and fail than stick to a bad copy of previous plot lines. But this is like both. This is both. They tried to do some crazy stuff. They tried to go and do let's put a ton of weapons in and have, drastically change up combat system and kind of do things like that. But then they also make it a bad copy of Silent Hill 2, where it's just character with inner demons and amnesia, and it's not even as impactful or as meaningful or as well thought out or fleshed out. Got the present piece, last piece of the Flauros.
This is the last one.
I know that. How do you know that, Travis? You don't know what this is. You literally just referred to it as that thing. Downpour was the same. Open world concept could have been amazing, but the execution was bad. Yeah. Downpour, it's one of those things where if you just think about the bare minimum, if you were on the dev team, and let's say Downpour was not ready to be released yet, but it's in the current state that we have it in, hypothetically. So let's say you're on the dev team and you see it in the state that it's in, and you're trying to think of, how could I improve on this with the least amount of breaking it down and having to start completely over, With Downpour, all you'd have to do is make the side quests, rewritten to give more information to the main plot. That's it. That's all. And Downpour would be worlds better. I would actually feel inclined and motivated to go around and explore the open world and do the side quests because I would be learning something relevant to the actual plot. I would do every side quest in the game. I would explore everything. I'd look over every single thing because I'd be motivated to. I'd be learning about the story. I'd be piecing more of it together to understand more of it. And all the little elements of the overall Downpour story that are missing, you work them into those little side quests. You know, have a little side quest where it's like, oh, instead of having it be you're finding the things that belong to the ghosts of people you never meet or care about and put them to rest, have it something ultimately be relevant to Anne Cunningham, or ultimately be relevant to Patrick Napier, and, you know, something to know more about the situation and the characters, and to fill out the story a little bit better. That would be it. Rewrite all of those side quests and have them give you some more info. I would be absolutely down to go around with a shovel digging things up if they would help me understand more. Yeah, same thing for the side characters. Give them a little bit more relevance. You know, give DJ Ricks a backstory, a reason for being there, something relatable, just something. But again, Downpour is another style over substance. We can set up how to do this scene, but we're not going to actually think about taking the time to make it relevant.
You're here? Wait!
It's like, he's gone, we're not going to ever talk about... Yeah. You hear his voice and everything throughout the whole thing. He's the one kind of leading you along your first other person who's kind of like helping you figure out where to go and what to do. And then you finally get to him, and it's just like, well, we're done with this character. Let's have him vanish and just never ever bring him back. And like Techie saying more actual characters, I don't think like Downpour necessarily needed more characters. I think Silent Hill, you got to be careful on that, because a sense of isolation starts to diminish the more and more people you interact with, and you're kind of keeping track of all of these people. If you just take the couple of characters that are established, we've got, you know, J.P. Sater, Bobby Ricks, Anne Cunningham, Patrick Napier, Officer Sewell. If we would have just taken the couple of characters that are established and part of the key story and expanded on them, you know? Officer Sewell is just a dick. What do we ever know about Officer Sewell? What do we ever learn about Officer Sewell? How did he become a guard? Why is he so crooked? When did that all start? Why is he like that? What motivates him for his personality to be that way? It's never ever gone over because they just we need an asshole. Well, let's have this character. And that's the end of the depth. I remember you saying people are in Silent Hill to be punished? No, that's not something I say. It's different from situation to situation, Spider-Man.
Now, she is free.
I just want to end this. I thought that's what she wanted too. I want out. Can you help me?
You want out? Ha ha! Far too late for that.
I love that laugh.
Even with your misguided help, she can't stop us now. The ceremony begins soon. Finally, she will birth God! Here she comes. Look upon what you have wrought!
Private Detective in Silent Hill 3 had pretty poor character development. There's still way more character development for Douglas than there is for any of the characters in Downpour. And you get most of that from 2 cutscenes. You learn that he used to be a cop, that his son resorted to crime, that he possibly shot his son and killed him. There's a lot to Douglas. He's been to Silent Hill on a missing persons case. Like, there's already way more just there in that short, like, descriptor of Douglas. There's way more that I can talk about Douglas and his history and his character that is covered in essentially a handful of lines of dialogue than we ever learn about DJ Bobby Ricks. I can tell you exactly why Douglas is in the game. I can tell you exactly why he's in Portland. What he did before that, the fact that he has a son, and the fact that his son is dead, and the circumstances surrounding that. Tell us his exact age. It doesn't matter. He's 50-something. Can you tell me Sybil's exact age? Does that take away from her character in Silent Hill 1? It's not a necessary descriptor for building character. No. Oh my god. Hit Stunlock into QTE? Alright, just die. You're being annoying. that waste a shot? It does. Hey, Green Lion Antiques. More Silent Hill 1 member berries. Although, it looks very different here. Like, the inside still looks very similar. Oh, this is my favorite part of Origins. Hold left simulator. This part is on the back of the box. This is like one of the best parts of the game. They had to hook you. You check the back of the box, and you're like, there's going to be a hold left simulator where you're crawling around on your hands and knees. I mean, think about it in marketing context. You're limited in your animations and stuff in this game. Like, you can't just crawl around anywhere. It's literally only in this one specific part. But if you screenshot this and show it to someone who's never played it, and you can give the impression like, oh, there's all these other things that you can do in this game. It's not like a typical Silent Hill game where you're kind of stuck walking around. You can crawl through stuff, and like, there's more ways to explore. Of course you're going to show that on the back of the box. Looks like some kind of altar. Similar to the makeshift altar and artwork that you find in Silent Hill 1. This is also the final save point of the game. And they did the same thing as Silent Hill 2, where it's like, stick a bunch of save points together to make one large save point. Do the exact same thing again. It'll work every time. Don't even ask me to explain this, because none of it makes sense in the context of just this game or Silent Hill 1. What are they doing here?
We had assumed you just
What is this ritual? I thought they were doing the ritual at the beginning. When the house was on fire. So what's happening here? Why is it rigged up with sleeping gas? Why does it only work on Travis? And why does this happen to Travis afterwards? Is it not sleeping gas?
We need to begin this now.
Is it PTV?
Don't worry, Dahlia. With him out of the way, she has no
Is he just having a drug trip? I don't know. This game doesn't explain anything.
Mama, What is it?
Don't touch.
Ow, it's hot!
Leave it be.
It's another one of my favorite lines from this
Cage
game.
for a demon. Contained? His power
it's
will
hot.
is yours. Release him, and we will all burn in the fires of hell.
And El Diablo. Because who else would the final boss be? Believe in God or die. Makes sense, Whiskcake. Oh, that's it. All right. Satan's dead. The Flauros is doing something. Because the people who wrote this game didn't know what the Flauros was, so they just gave it a new purpose. Again, all of this kind of loses meaning after a certain point, but enjoy this nonsensical ending. On my way to be a cameo in Silent Hill Revelations. And Homecoming.
I don't believe it. Harry, it's a baby.
It's a girl. Go on. Hold her.
Cheryl. We'll call her Cheryl.
Half the soul is lost. The seed lies dormant.
The other half is not lost. We'll use a summoning spell. Hearing her pain, it is sure to come.
It will take time.
We can wait.
Last thoughts. This song is a top 5 banger for sure. Silent Hill Origins soundtrack is still really good, even if it's, I would say, a little less memorable than the previous games. It's got some real solid songs. The overall visuals and look of the game, I think, were passable. It resembled a Silent Hill in its effects, but again, keep in mind there are some other issues with it when you're playing this on actual hardware, especially this version, the PS2 version. This is through a through an emulation that I was able to tweak settings and fix things such as adjusting the brightness, which is a huge problem with the PS2 version on original hardware. But for what it is, I feel like the biggest misstep this game made was being poorly and rushed in its poorly written and rushed with its script. And trying to work itself in as a prequel. I think if they would have tried to make this a standalone title and not tie it in to Silent Hill 1, especially if they knew that they were going to have to rush the project somewhat, I think that would have been a better direction to go with that. Because a rushed original game is at least still going to be an original concept. Whereas something rushed that is going to tie into something established is going to just be full of plot holes, and that's how this turned out. It had a few moments that, kind of hook you if you're playing it for the first time. If you're familiar with Silent Hill 1, there's that little part of your heart that sees, the newer, somewhat better graphics compared to Silent Hill 1's. And seeing like Alchemilla again, and it's the same layout and the familiar rooms, and you kind of see these little glimpses here and there where it's like, oh, it's so close to being that game that's like, yes, it's been several years, but I'm finally going back to Silent Hill 1, like that area, and we're piecing together more of that story, and it's just not really there. It's not what it turned out to be. So it just fell flat. Unfortunately, it didn't quite hold up for me. I consider it one of the worst games out of the Silent Hill series, personally. Yeah. The biggest problem is that it gets considered canon by so many fans, and I think that a lot of the information or misinformation winds up becoming really common among the fan base, and it just causes a lot of confusion as to the overall understanding of the games, which detracts, I think, a lot away from kind of the level of detail and the level of care that went into the initial world that Team Silent established. So, that is it. Those are my thoughts. That was Silent Hill Origins. It's flawed. It's definitely, like, in the grand scheme of horror video games, especially for what it is, a PSP game at its core and at its original development. It's not really that bad, you know. But compared to its predecessors within the Silent Hill series, it's just, unfortunately, a really weak entry. And it's a concept that I think could have been really good. So it's even more frustrating that it didn't live up to what its potential could have been. Dark Healer, thank you for the 50 bits. But that is absolutely going to do it for me. I want to thank everybody for being here, for watching. Everyone who hung out, chatted, hosted, followed, donated, tipped, subbed, resubbed, and just had a good time. Means a lot to me that you just choose to spend your time here, so thank you so much for that. I will be back tonight, probably starting around 11 p.m. or so, with Silent Hill Homecoming, which I consider better than this. I have more nice things to say about Homecoming than I do Origins. But that game definitely has its flaws too, but we'll get into it. What time do I have now? For me, I am in Central Daylight Time. It is 7:13 a.m. I'm ready to try and get some sleep. If you're not already, follow the channel for notifications when I'm going live. I also always update channel status and stream status, personal health status, and occasional memes on Twitter at NubZombie. It's another good way to know whenever the channel's going live. I've also got a Discord that I look at. ! Discord. If you want a link to that, anyone is welcome to join. But yeah. Thanks you guys again so much for hanging out.